So guys, naomba mnipe dakika kama 3 tu hivi, then we start this conversation hapa kiasi tu. So kama unaweza share link ya space pia itakuwa sawa, but at 7:15 tuko tushaanza.
Yeah.
So chill tu kiasi. Mwenyezi Mungu aibariki Kenya yangu, kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana Roho Mtakatifu, amina. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana Roho Mtakatifu, amina. Ewe Kenya nchi yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu, sitakuacha milele. Akili zangu nguvu zangu nimeziweka mbele yako, bibi yangu na watoto nimewaweka mbele yako. Tabu zangu shida zangu ziangalie Kenya yangu, tabu zangu shida zangu ziangalie Kenya yangu. Ewe Kenya nchi yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu, sitakuacha milele. Matajiri masikini sisi sote binadamu, matajiri na tuwaje kupayuka. Utajiri majivuno sio tikiti ya mbinguni. Utajiri majivuno sio tikiti ya mbinguni. Bahati yako ni ya leo, ile ya kesho ndio yako. Bahati yako ni ya leo, ile ya kesho ndio yako. Ewe Kenya nchi yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu, sitakuacha milele. Karibu tukujua, karibu tukuona tu. Karibu tukujua, karibu tukuona tu. Kanisa kote sijua, lengo lako twalijua tu. Kanisa kote sijua, lengo lako twalijua tu. Wataka kunyama Kenya we, utubarikiwa. Wataka kunyama Kenya we, utubarikiwa. Harufu yako twaijua, hata ukipanda ndege. Harufu yako twaijua tu, hata ukipanda ndege. Ewe Kenya nchi yangu, ewe Kenya baba yangu, ewe Kenya mama yangu, sitakuacha milele.
Okay, so guys, I think tunaweza anza even though tuko na small numbers. Sijui siku hizi watu walichoka na hizi spaces ama nini, but anyway, so mimi nimekuja hapa tupige story tu leo, yeah, because siku hizi ni kama napenda story hapa na pale, ndio maana tumeamua kupiga hii kitu inaitwa Civic Education. So Civic Education I think ni kitu nimeona watu wanaitikia at times. Ukienda mahali kuna wale watasikiza, wengine hawasikizi, ama wengine wanakuwa tu reluctant na kuuliza maswali hapa na pale. So tumetaka kujua the importance ya kitu tunafanya kwa hii movement ni gani, because tunaweza kuwa tunakimbia hapa na pale, moving from one place to another place, probably using some resources, but maybe haina that much importance. And so nikona, because from tomorrow up to Saturday tutakuwa tunafanya civic education in the coast region. So I saw it better to have such a space here before tuende huko. Na pia if there is an importance of having this civic education from place to places, then currently with the current situation yenye tuko nayo, what do you think we need to talk about? Because unaenda mali kama huko mashambani, you are telling people about your airport being sold to Adani. Watu they don't resonate with that. Like hata kuna mtu ajui airport mali, so you find out that we become so irrelevant to them. Yeah, inabidi uanze kuwapigia story from point A to point B before they buy your idea. So the question today was, what's really the importance of this civic education yenye tunafanya? Yeah, and how can we do it? Like which ways can we do it? Probably kama saizi venyewe tunafanya, we just meet people somewhere, tunaongelesha hivi na hivi, kama ni 1 hour 2 hours, we are done, we leave. Yeah, but unajua having such a space means we are bringing our ideas pamoja. Ndio maana nauliza, how can we do it, and do you think is much of importance to people with the current situation yenye tuko nayo saizi hapa kwetu? And so I'll make it an open platform to hear views from other people. Okay, tuone how can we do it. So if you feel like you want to kuchangia, just ensure you are clicking that mic request, and then I'll approve. I'll try as much as possible to ensure that I approve your microphones here. But honestly, Mimi have been doing this civic education since, when was it? Since August. Yeah, after tu 8 yenye nasema ya kwenda kwa uwanja huko kutembea na kuongea na watu, acha yenye tunafanya hapa on this platform. So after 8 tuliona watu nikawa wamechoka kidogo, and we said we need to educate our people, na so hapo ndio tulianzia. I remember my first civic education tour was tulikuwa na we were 3, me and kuna jamaa anajiita Maumau, alafu na there is a lady anajiita Nora. We traveled all the way from Nairobi to Mombasa via SGR, na tulikuwa tuna inject hapo. In fact that day hakuna mtu alikaa chini hiyo 5 hours yote ya kutoka Nairobi hadi Mombasa. We are moving from nini zinaitwaje, from one coach to another coach. Mali ya tu kupenetrate tu ni coach ya VIP because iko na restriction kidogo, so hatukuenda huko, but from your coach number 4 up to, was it 16 ama 14 hapo hadi ya mwisho, we are talking to people and you are trying to tell them exactly. Hiyo time tulikuwa tunajaribu kuambia why we want Ruto Must Go. Yeah, so after that tukakuja tukatulia kidogo. We have been doing this on this platform every now and then, but pia tukaona other friends who are doing the same, so we had to join them. We did with them some civic education along the way, but because of some issues hapa na pale tukapumzika kidogo, and so we came back again na tukaanza na Bungoma County. We did it like not long time ago, like 1.5 weeks ago. From Bungoma County we went to Meru with a few friends of mine. Tumemaliza Meru, and so we found it good to go to, kwanza ilikuwa tuende Nyanza region, but our mobilizers and people on the ground kidogo walikuwa reluctant, so they are still planning that, but now we had to go for coast region, ambapo tunaenda Taita Taveta County, Mombasa County, Kwale na Kilifi. Yeah, so kuna some counties hata siwezi announce tunaenda huko because we know how venye zinakuanga, but county kama Mombasa I've been there, so you can see how I can maneuver there. In Taita we have friends there, so tunaenda kwanza na hizo as we go by. But you guys, do you think there is any importance of kufanya hizi vitu zote? Yeah, even as much as you guys nini nitasema aje, are coming through, kama ni kubai, kama ni kusecure venue as I told you, kama ni kupata maji ya watu nini na nini, do you think your effort yenye mnafanya na yenye si tunafanya huko, is it of that importance? Ndio maana nikakuwa naona kuwa na hii space hapa. So I have my friend hapa DK Gift, kama unaweza nisikia na kama uko na time just Abraham kiasi tu. Gift, if you can hear my voice kindly, kama unaweza accept that request nimekutumia itakuwa sawa, but if you are too busy you can also let me know kindly. So Abraham, ulikuwa unasemaje? Abraham, no, your mic is on, but I can't hear you actually. So if you're not ready, acha nipatie PW Gitahi at least some few minutes tumsikize, and then we go to another speaker.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Unanisikia?
Yes, takusikia.
For me, I think at the moment is the way to go. You know, at the moment, Ruto ako very paranoid. We cannot have mass demonstration, but still, civic education is working. I would say it's working miracles. If you see the way people have changed, because they didn't know exactly what is happening and why we had this resistance, what I would advise is you package the message based on the needs of that place. Like now, when you go to the coast, try as much as possible to look at the things that affect coastalians, about minerals, about agriculture, about the sha. Mambo ya airport wengine hata hawaelewi sana. So for me, in the urban areas is where mambo ya airports zinakuja, but huko kijijini jaribu things that affect them directly. About education, vile sahi capitation imeenda chini even in secondary schools. Yeah. The inability even to put food on the table highlighting crimes because hakuna kazi. So for me it is working, na at the same time musisahau kuambia about vile watu wanauawa, watu wanakuwa abducted, vile Ruto anaiba. If you see what is happening now, it is just about state capture. So it might not be immediate, but I can tell you in the next 6 months, it will not be the same. So feel encouraged. Na if we could also have networks so that people could have also gathering in universities. Remember, Ruto sahi na UDA wameanza kugather university students. So we need, and ujue wamenunua the university students leaders. So what we need is, we need to bring those comrades back, especially on the new university model na HELB. So I think let's not also concentrate alone on the villages. Let's also have time with the youth, and let the youth also, if we could have also a link in the youth wenye wanaweza endelea na hiyo nini civic education once we leave. So for me it's when you go there, create a network that continues the work. So for me, that is all that I can say for now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Gitahi. Now, by the way, just to inform you is that in most cases, especially mali nimeenda pawili, tumekuwa tunaongea na watu and then Abraham, just a minute.
Thank you. I hope you can all hear me. So I'm just gonna speak very briefly because I have a bit of a cold.
No, just a minute, Abraham.
Abraham, hi, Abraham, can you hear me? Abraham, this is DK Gift. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right. KOT can't seem to hear you. So how about this? Give me just a minute or two. Yeah. KOT is saying something, then I'll come to you.
All right. Okay? Sorry, I didn't know. I just thought that we are going randomly. It's fine.
No worries. In fact, even better, what you can do, just drop down, request the mic again. I'll bring you back again so you can hear all of us. All right? All right, cool. KOT,
okay.
Sorry about that.
So I just wanted to respond to Gitahi that almost every county yenye tumeenda so far, we have gone to 2 counties. Okay, I can say 3 counties because I went to Mombasa some few months ago, but haikukuwa venye tunafanya saizi, and there is no county yenye nimeenda na hatujakutana na students. We find out that in Meru we met with Kenya Methodist University. In fact, hata hao ndio tulikuwa na a big turnout because we had almost 170, was it 76 students attending that town hall just after tumekutana na wale farmers. And so in whatever we are doing, we're ensuring that students lazima tuwafikie. So for instance now, as we are going, no, not because tuko wase kadhaa kama watatu, as we are going to Taita, we'll make sure that we are meeting Taita Taveta students, and we've already arranged that with even student leaders. When you go to Mombasa, we have campus like TUM and MTTI. I've already talked to the student leaders, and so we'll have some time with them. So hapo kwa student leaders ni mali tulikuwa tunataka kuemphasize sana, because Ruto has been trying to capture them. Yeah, you find out that most of the student leaders is wengi, they are singing to the tune of UDA, and so penetrating to them ndio imekuwa our first priority whenever we visit any county. Hizi counties ziko na universities, so I think that is clear. Gitahi, and of course hiyo issues abductions, we try as much as possible to ensure that we let people know, especially wenye hawako Nairobi, because most of these abductions are happening here in the city. So wenye hawako huku, we'll ensure we do that. Okay, so Gift, you can proceed.
Mambo Keti, kwa salama?
Mimi niko salama.
Habari ya kila mtu? Hapo set. Nimesikia ukiuliza ama niko hapa. Hata I can be with you here for a couple of minutes, maybe an hour or so. To start with, Civic is, I know they're different. When you look at war, because I want to look at what we are doing here as a certain form of war. I think there are normally different types of military men that are sent out. Even while you're fighting on land, you have different people doing different things within that army. There's a guy who's been brought here and trained very well what to do in as far as emergencies of ule amelipukiwa pale, ule amereceive a bullet, how to move up. There's a guy here who makes sure that these people are fed and are good. There's a guy here who is at the forefront, holding the gun and engaging the enemy directly, putting their own life at risk at the very front. Recently, KOT, I've been starting to view this, whatever we are doing as such, meaning that we are all soldiers in here. We all have a goal. The goal is the same. We want this regime gone. And right now, in fact, I personally have switched from just talking about a single human. This regime needs to go. Sure, it is represented by this one human being here, but this regime as a whole, as it is, every single one of them, they need to go. That's a common goal. That's the common target. Deal. But we are all going to fight and get to that target differently. Right now, if you're walking into different various spaces, you will notice that that's where the conversation has gone to. People have started checking and asking themselves in a way where some are agreeing, some are not. What do we do? What do we think we should do? For some, they will talk about continuing what some of our brothers have been doing, which is exposing the corruption, the useless projects that have been doing nothing for us for years. For some, it is, I hear for some they will say, we are getting abducted, we are getting hit when we go out, we need to protect ourselves. You know what? It is time we militarize our movement, take care of ourselves. If they come for us, we go for them. They bring that Subaru, we buy. There are those who personally I'm not attesting to and accepting to, that are saying, tuwasalimie hata wabunge, twende kwake tusalimie, choma hii choma ile, choma hii choma ile. There are those like you and me, KOT, are saying, while we can rant and say all of that and throw stones and do whatever, on what basis will you be able to grow a larger momentum of persons if you don't actually first engage them in a process of educating very clearly why we need to move the momentum of this movement faster and greater, so that I can go to Kimilili and talk to what do you guys farm, KOT, in your village? Mostly, largely.
We do farm maize and sugarcane.
Now, the only way I'm going to relate with a mama or a mzee there is for me to relate with them either with regards to sugarcane, either with regards to maize. What can I talk to them? Show them just how much this regime is taking away from them, from the things that they relate with. If I go to Nyeri right now and I meet young men, if I go to my village, I meet 90% of the young men who have completed high school over the last 4-5 years are either roaming the village or have found one way or the other and convinced a family member or the other or some friends to help them buy a motorbike, and they've bought it. For some, it is working for them. For a big chunk of them, they've killed themselves with those motorbikes. How do I go and relate to those young men as guys who just left the high school, just left high school? Some are 20, some are 22, some are 23. So, what is my point? My point is that there are different directions that this thing has to take. Civic education, for me, I believe, is, and I stand corrected, the one of the core bases of everything else we may want to actually do. The civic duty that we take individually and as a group and as a country. What we do as civic duty, educating the people around us, taking the message even further and deeper in different areas, whether it's institutions, town hall setups, bunge za wananchi that are happening in different towns. And I'll talk about some of my ideas that I want to throw to KOT and some of us later. But that's where it's going to start. Wacha niongee na nini na nothing. Before nothing, what's an end? Abraham, can you hear me? I want to start with Abraham. Then you're there.
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening, Laura.
Good evening. How are you?
Cool.
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Pole niko na homa kidogo. I think for me, I'm excited and quite happy about the job that you guys are doing. You're doing a marvelous job, and you should feel encouraged, and you should work even harder. And it is for us as a team to support you and to make you feel that what you're doing, we are proud of it. And not only are we proud of it, but the whole country is. Now, I think you're doing a good job. But like Gift, I think it was Gift who was talking before, was saying, as much as we may want to make this one a political stand, I think for me it is more of a revolution. Whether we call it political or we call it as per se, where we could assume it is a military revolution. And when you look at that, you want to look at a scale of leadership, which you have, and which I can see you're doing very well, and which I think I was speaking about that in the group previously. Because in the army, if you don't have a good plan or you are not organized, then you end up getting beaten very well. And even you don't have time to retaliate. So I think leadership is key and it is vital. It's good for us to understand exactly who is holding what area with the leadership of KOT and others. Just like my previous guy, the guy who spoke here previously, was talking about being more specific and understanding the area, geographical area. What do these people grow? What is their main source of income? How is that affected by the current legislation? Say, for example, I could hear that every farmer has to be registered in Mwea. You cannot just say your rice. You'd have to get a letter from the Ministry of Agriculture somewhere. So how does that affect a small scale farmer who just does a little bit of farming, and then he has to sell a little bit to have to buy, say for example, cooking oil and toiletries. So how does that affect them? Again, still on the same ground, you will be thinking about age differences. So who are you addressing? And when you address them, what is your response? Because when you go to the villages, just like I think there was one lady who was speaking before me, you go to the villages and you find that there are those people who are educated, but they are not informed. And I'll make a very small example of someone who made a comment previously that we are in a third world. And I want to correct that one. And I want you to expand it further when you go out there and say that we are in a developing world or in a developing country. We're not really in the third one. I don't know where the third and the second one come from. So it's about the legion, the tribe. I know we don't want to be tribal, but you thrive by knowing where you came from. And that is, it's not really tribal, it's cultural. Because if you are speaking to the Maasais, then you cannot speak to them about Pareta. You'll be speaking to them about the cattle. If you're speaking to some of the pastoralist tribes, you will be speaking to them about why and how they're going to be affected by the new legislations. If you're speaking about education, the young people who cannot go to school because there's no free education, that is why again they come in. And how are they affected when it comes to jobs? Again, going back to the main area where I wanted to base this conversation, is the fact that we have an evolution or a movement. We need to capitalize on strategies. And like the previous guy was saying, if we're not strategical, it is very easy for some of us to be compromised. And when we are compromised, we don't only get compromised because, and then we end up there. We end up messing ourselves. And that is why you could see some small fights which will come in a group because we are not organized and we don't even know who is who. But when you're in a group and you know your buddy, you know what they are talking about and what they are doing, then definitely you cannot be beaten. But when you don't know, if I just come from the bush and I said, I'm going to fund you, and you cannot, I cannot have that urge to understand that even if we differ, we need to understand each other and who is who. Then that is where we become, if we don't know, then if we don't have a structure, then that is where we lose our battle. But if we are organized, even the gangs, even the cows, when they go into a cattle, they follow a line, they have a chain. If we have that, then that is the core. Again, it's a pivot. It is how we know who is going where. Now, say for example, we know KOT is going here. This is what he's doing. Who is he with? How do we support him? How do we make that team a little bit bigger? So I think basically for me, in an overhaul, I would say, I think you guys are doing a good job. But I would, and you're free to probably differ from me. But I think we need to be very strategic. And KOT, I give you an upper hand on that. Thumbs up, because you're doing very well. But we also need, as a team, even in the group, if we go back to the group, we do need to have a structure. It can't just be that I could just come in and I say my own thing. I say something bad about you, and it is going to affect you seriously. Then it's not looked into. And probably I've spoken over the civic education, but it is also part of the civic education, because if I speak bad about one of the guys who is doing civic education, how does it affect that person? And how are they going to be able to do it tomorrow? So I think, yeah, we need to have a structure. And you guys are doing a great job. Even when you go out there, again, another structure, be able to know who comes from where, what age, what tribe, what a region, what do they believe in? And then now you'll be able to, and it's going to expand. We're willing to support you. Thank you very much.
Asante, Abraham. Pain points. That's what I've picked from you. Pain points. Pain points are going to be very important. Because you know the pain points are what it's very clear. It's true. We need to do civic education at a very large scale, but then it needs to be made relatable. And I think mimi ninaiongea a lot kama msee wa branding na marketing, because whenever I'm thinking about packaging a certain brand or whatever to take to someone, I have to ask myself, who are the different people who would be willing to take on this brand? Now, here, civic education is what I'm calling as a brand. All right, I know it is these people, I know it's these people, I know it's these people. All right, how do I talk their language? If, for example, today I'm pushing a soda, I know I need to talk to young people who are probably between the age of 15 or say about 16 to 22, but I also have to talk to a, a 26 or 27 to a 35-year-old mom who also is the decision maker in the house. So how do I talk to her on which is the best sodas for her to take, and how do I talk to the young guy as well and show them this is the best soda to take? So it's the same thing with this civic education thing. We need to look at it from what are the pain points. If I go to Nyeri and I want to talk to the different people there, what affects them? What are the things that affect them there from education perspective, from agriculture perspective, from development perspective, from health perspective? Okay, now, since I've known this way, how do I reach to each one of them? And once we are able to now break it down just like that, one of the things that I want to come up with, and I'm hoping that us and KOT will be able to come up with, is sooner rather than later, we're going to have even the general public helping us to sort of almost map out something. They're reaching out to us and telling KOT, hey, KOT niaje, Baba, you should come to Meru. Meru unajua tuko na place flani, there's this and this that is happening here, there's this and this that is happening there, we think this can be an opportunity. It starts giving us the ability to be able to start creating an even larger roadmap that even allows us to know, okay, fine, this week KOT is going to Mombasa, but it doesn't mean he's not going to go back to Mombasa again, because there will be more things that we need to tackle in Mombasa. And so that way we are being able to fashion our need to know. This time when we go, we've reached out to these types of groups and these types of groups in Mombasa with respect to these pain points. Now, if we're able to go back a second time to Mombasa, we know now this time we're going to a different type of people with this different type of message. Hi, Nothing. How are you? Nice to see you. I always find it weird to say hi, Nothing.
Good evening, everybody. As usual, I always start by saluting our comrades that we've lost on this journey, those who are missing and the injured, and Kenyans at large, because this is a very heavy burden every one of us is carrying. But if that is what we have to do to actually salvage our sovereignty as Kenyans, we're the ones who are going to be here with the consequences. It is important that we partake the journey during the toughest of it. And I don't think it will ever get lighter, because whenever we remember, we will look back and see the heavy price that has been paid towards this. So I'm grateful to join in with you guys today. And yeah, we need to put in more work on civic education. Like I've said previously, for me, I would suggest that if we can, for example, buy USB speakers, and then we have a few people go into the studio, translate them in the pain points in vernacular. Then we facilitate these people on market days. You turn up if it's in Kisumu, and probably we can choose a subject like education funding model, because it doesn't matter. We know that the politicians have a following, but it really doesn't matter who the following is. If your child is going to be locked out of uni because of this punitive funding model, I don't think they will follow through with the political alliances they have had in the past. So that they realize the decision that they make will impact not just them, their children and generations to come. On the agriculture bill, the same. I don't think there's any farmer who will be like, oh, because I'm in favor of a particular individual, I'm going to support him at the expense of going to jail and being denied a right to grow my food. And on that note, I would like to highlight that there was a gentleman who, I think it was Amerix. That's the first place I crossed paths with him. His name, Amerix held a space and invited this gentleman called Rutendo, and he was asking Kenyans to stand up against globalists on indigenous seed. And he sued them in Zimbabwe, but they refused. I can't remember what reason he gave. And then they decided they were going to have the case filed in South Africa. And when they go to South Africa, he had gotten the best of the lawyers, some white lawyers in South Africa, who were bought by the globalist, and they dropped him as a client. And then he went to a second law firm, and they popped up a tweet he had made. I think it did not reflect very well. You know, when you're trying to do something like, say, Kyotiv, there are tweets if he makes, then someone it can impact in a negative light on him. So the second law firm dropped him. And then finally he found a third law firm. And I saw, was it yesterday or Saturday, he won the case. And I thought that was a very big win for Africa, for Zimbabwe, and for Kenya as well. So we know that we can take Monsanto to court, and all the things Bill Gates is trying to do to make sure that we salvage our agriculture and generally our country. And I think judges have woken up to realize, you know what, history will judge them. And it's no longer about who you know about the power, it's about salvaging, making a decision in favor of a country. For South Africa, I also want to think the reason why the judges made this decision, they've always protected their farmers. For example, South Africans do not export the first grade crop. It is actually reserved for the locals to eat, and then they export, I think, from second grade onward. These are people who realize what is their worth, and they're not willing to throw it away for change. So I salute every Kenyan who is here today. I know they're here because it bothers them, the direction we see the country taking. It doesn't matter how long. I'm one person who's 100% convinced, against all odds, that we will be able to pull our country from the jaws of this beast that has become a Adani, and it mutates to shift shaft, it mutates to so many things. It's like they're targeting anything that can cause pain to Kenya. So civic education, SHA and SHIF is also a good selling point on why we should rise against it. And as I get off the mic and listen to the rest of you, on 11th November, there'll be a hearing about the Adani JKI case. We are appealing to people to turn up in their numbers, to stand with the lawyers. Hopefully KOT can stream it live. We just want to stand in solidarity against this. I thank you for your time, and I'll be listening. Thank you. Thank you, DK. Thank you, KOT.
Sure thing, nothing, and do stay with us. Dennis, let me talk to you for a second before I share anything myself. Hi, Dennis.
Hello and good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
As you go on, Dennis, let me encourage everybody else who wants to come and join us. Tafadhali, come onto the speaker panel. We want to have a discussion kidogo about civic education. But Dennis, please go on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Coyote Sonko, Nothing, DK, for hosting this space, and everyone on the speakers panel and everyone who is here and join us tonight. Thank you for finding time to join this very important conversation about civic education and basically what way forward for us. And I think we all agree that since the events of June 25th, we have realized that there's an awakening that is passing through this nation. At some point, we could not even explain where everyone started thinking like the same. And I think this is an important opportunity for us to take advantage of what is happening amongst Kenyans in terms of awareness. Everyone now, I think after the events of June 25th, every Kenyan has become a researcher. Nowadays, you don't play with Kenyans. You mention anything, wase wamecheck, wase wamegoogle, wase wana refer, wase wana consult, and that is very, very important. And what needs to happen through civic education, in my opinion, by the way, I come from Nakuru County, and we have been hosting spaces as well for Nakuru County and doing civic education mashinani. And so at least I have some experience from where I sit because I've done it in our county. And what we've learned is that there's a lot of misinformation out here. Kenyans are also very gullible. Anything, Kenyans just any sensational news, Kenyans will buy. And sometimes it is fake news. So it is very important for us to continue doing civic education mashinani, tuendelee kukumbusha watu the importance of the roles of our elected leaders from the ward level. Those are MCAs, MPs, and to the governors. It is very important for us to remind Kenyans of their power, of the power within themselves to ask for, accountability, proper representation, and sorry.
Hi, yes, XGSS, there is someone who's speaking. Please just mute your mic, then we'll come to you. Thank you.
I can proceed?
Dennis, please go on. Sorry.
Thank you. And so my line of thought has been disrupted, but let me just read a comment from someone called S. Kokoyo, who has said that civic education is a continuous process and each generation has different priorities depending on their political, social, and economic environmental setup. When civic education is elite driven, it tends to disconnect with the real needs of the masses. And I think I agree with him because every society, throughout our 47 counties, and I'm mentioning counties because I believe that one of the ways, KT Sonko and team, one of the ways you can achieve this is by having, I don't know how do I call it? A council, for example. Let me call it a council of, let's say, 47 members, or you can begin with double that for now so that you can have a representation of both genders. It depends with how you do it, but it is very, very important that you have representation from every county, first of all. This is important because even in your own networks, as you prepare, I could be wrong, but I think you guys are the people also behind the Inject Party. Sorry, a plane is passing, so there's a bit of noise. Fine. I'm assuming, but even if not, it is very important for us to start building a network where we can be passing communication through this civic education. 2, it is very important for us to have a very systematic, should I call it a curricula? A way of passing this civic education. We need to agree and decide and do research on the things that we are going to talk about, so that when you also go to the ground, whether it's through town hall meetings, public barazas, whatnot, or any other way and means, even through social media, those who are able to do videos, post on social media, whatever communication, whatever influencers, we welcome everyone on board. But it is very important that the information that we are passing is factual so that people trust you. Because one of the things that we have realized about spaces and just doing civic education is that the moment people associate yourself with this current regime, because everyone does not believe in this current regime, then you are done. And that I think that is what is also happening to some of your colleagues, those who have been doing civic education, and you're seeing the repercussions and what is happening because of the loss of trust. But most importantly, we need to also be able to to make sure that whatever civic education we are doing matches the political needs of the ground. Not every county is the same. For example, we cannot be doing the same civic education in Wajir and it is the same being done in Bungoma, for example. We cannot be doing one in Lamu and we expect that it should match the one in Turkana. Of course, when it comes to matters constitutionalism, accountability, and representation, we understand that civic education upon is same. We need to send the same clear message. But some of the needs are very attached to mashinani. And that's why in politics we say kila kitu inaanzia wapi? Local. Politics is very local. And because politics is very local, and this matter of civic education, we cannot separate it from politics. And I heard someone say, and I think it's a good idea, I heard someone say that you could be engaging student leaders in your various counties. That is good. I support that. But also be careful, because some of these student leaders don't come from those specific counties. So they could be missing out on a few things that would have been executed properly if someone understood the political needs of various mashinani and their voices. So I think for now that I will land there as I listen to what other members are saying. Thank you very much for having me, and good evening.
Hi, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis. Before you,
this guy is very committed.
Yeah,
In fact,
nothing more.
sometimes I worry for him. I've seen him jeopardize something very important. I'll not mention. He knows what I'm talking about. I saw him doing a video near a particular basketball court. At the time, I thought he was supposed to be focusing on something else. I wish you nothing but the best. Thank you for your commitment. You can invite DK and KOT Sonko on to help you. I've seen what you're trying to do in Nakuru. You're trying to create awareness. And it's important that you ride with KOT and DK and others who can support you to that effect. They certainly need to awaken the people of Nakuru. I saw a video that troubled me from your senator. She was so incoherent. She cannot explain herself. She cannot explain something as basic as why they impeached the deputy president. That was certainly very annoying. And we know that people who are from your county also reside in other, maybe probably work and live in other counties. So yes, you can request these guys on which day you want to run that county space. Reach out to data activists. He will help you by getting data for Nakuru County, so that when you address this issue, you're addressing them based on tangible data. Thank you.
Thank you, Nachi. Nothing.
Go on.
Yeah.
XG, please, XG please just keep your mic or muted. You have some serious feedback. Please go on.
Thank you very much. Nothing. I was saying earlier, asante sana for appreciating what we do for Nakuru, and please, on behalf of the people of Nakuru, everyone who is listening to me, and please tell your colleagues as well, please accept our apologies. Accept these apologies as on behalf of the people of Nakuru for the mistakes we've made, including that one for the senator specifically. Tuna apologize, tunaomba msamaha, now we promise that that mistake won't be repeated. It will not, because definitely we are all going to drain the swamp. We are draining the swamp. And by the way, for information, and nothing, I'm really encouraged to see you also doing this, raising your voice in these spaces, encouraging people to do civic education. When mwenyewe you're a serious civic educator. And I love that, when I see women come out and do this as well, I'm really encouraged. And it's really nice, because Nakuru County, for example, has 11 constituencies. So that means we have 11 MPs, we have a governor, and we have a woman rep. So these are county seats. Out of all that, Nakuru County is the only county in Kenya that has elected more than 50% of their leaders from the gender female. So tumechagua madem wengi sana, kuanzia governor, senator, of course women rep ni women rep, but we have Naivasha member of parliament, who is a woman, Jen Kihara. Gilgil member of parliament is called Martha Wangare, a female. We have Njoro, Charity Kathambi. We have, there's another woman. And Naivasha, I'll nakumbuka too. But Nakuru County elected so many women, and today we have become a laughing stock of the nation. I don't want to mix this gender issue as if it's part of the weakness that we have in Nakuru. No, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I really encourage women to participate in active politics. I really encourage them to be voices, just like the way men have been, dominating this political space. So thank you, Sana. Nothing. KOT Sonko and team, we've been hosting spaces. Every time during our space, we usually invite the respective CECs, because we have been doing spaces in going around departments of the county to just find out what's happening. We get people's opinions, we get proof of what's happening on the ground. Mawaziri wanakuja, waziri wa county, they usually come to respond to queries. So it has been quite successful. Even Nakuru County government has actually benefited a lot from them engaging with the people directly online, because it helps to reduce anxiety. These are things that politicians need to understand, that this kind of spaces haziko hapa kuwalima, ziko hapa kusaidia reduce anxiety ya watu, because raia wako na hasira. Let me tell you, Kenyans are angry. Kenyans are very angry people. Saizi ukafanya tu kitu kidogo, ingia tu ma3 na uanze kucomplain. Yani mtapiga story hapo, utatoka na manamba za kila mtu. Ingia taxi kwa cab, uanze kupiga story na dereva wa cab. Start complaining usikie. Hata anaweza kupea discount kwa sababu hiyo maneno. So Kenyans are very angry, and one of the ways of reducing this anxiety is by let the people air their views, let them talk and explain to them. And it's very important that even the government, county governments, understand this as well, because hatujaenda hapa it's not a campaign tool. Our civic education and KOT Sonko and the rest of the people, don't accept to be used by politicians, because it's also very easy for a politician to come, pay you, and you use this platform to campaign for them or deplatform other politicians. So it's also very, very important for you to know where to draw that line. Something else, yes, you are invited to Nakuru. Whenever you want to come to Nakuru, please let me know. Tutawakaribisha. We want to host our first town hall. We have not held one. We want to do it. So I think if we're able to plan together on this, so that it becomes something very interesting, we can have the media cover it live. We'll cover it on Space Live. It will be covered on YouTube. All these things are very, very possible. But also another piece of advice I forgot to mention earlier, as you do this, make sure that you're also using networks of those mashinani. So it's important, ukienda mahali, try to find out kina nani huko ndio usema kwa social media, ma WhatsApp group, because at county level, WhatsApp groups are very, very important. WhatsApp groups are very influential. From these WhatsApp groups, you will get to know people who in politics we call opinion shapers. Hao ndio wase kwa ground, hao ndio wase politicians hutumia. Politician akitaka mkutano ya watu 1000, hao ndio watu wanaongea nao. If you need 1000 people, you can just talk to about 3 people only. Uletoa hapo wase 1000. So it's very important to also include these opinion shapers in your conversations, because they are the ones who are going to spread this information throughout the county WhatsApp spaces. Na hivyo ndio itafikia politicians and the people in charge, so that you're able they're able to assist you to answer questions. They're able to partner with you whenever you want to do these kind of things, as long as you're not malicious, as long as uende kulima mtu or anything like that. Because we have also realized since the beginning of the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua, for example, in Nakuru County, we have realized that people are not interested in any other thing. We tried to host a space and it was not very good, because wase wako na stress. People are still watching this impeachment, and so we have given them a break as well. Tuwaambia malizeni mambo ya impeachment, will come back later to do civic education. So it's very important to also understand ground inasemaje na national politics. You cannot go with the same message in Eldoret and take it to Nyeri. Right now things are like that, and it's important as you do civic education also, pray that you have a lens of a politician as well, so that you're able to balance these issues, because at the end of the day, this is a political process. We cannot run away from. This is a political process. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dennis.
thank you so much, Dennis.
Sorry, DK, I'll just be dropping in a bit. I co-host a space with a ceremony on Tusiwa Forget. We do not want to forget the comrades who lost their lives during the finance bill protest or any other protest for that matter. So we are planning to visit them in their home counties, whether it's Nakuru. We'll coordinate with the rest of you. I'd like to acknowledge that it's true, Nakuru, we have seen you elected a lot of women. One of them is a Buju Buju. She cannot explain herself on anything, let alone in mother tongue. We are not judging you. I think you tried to make the right decision. Our politics were never issue-based. Now they're going to be issue-based. I've seen ex-guest she's burning with idea. Buka, it's good to see you. Let me pass you a mic. And I wish you everybody a good conversation. I'll be back in a few. Thank you.
KOT, I see you wanted to really say something
Yeah,
to Dennis.
sure.
Please go on.
Sure.
before I
I
go
wanted
XG.
I wanted to tell Dennis that from coast actually we can plan Nakuru to be the next before we go to Ukambani counties, then Nyanza. So let us link up on WhatsApp, Dennis, and see what we can do together.
Yeah, actually, to add on that, Dennis, I think what we do, it's good. KOT has suggested maybe even after leaving coast. Let's talk about what you guys have in mind or what you guys had in mind, because clearly I can see you are already in this space of having something that you're working towards, the town hall and the likes. So let's share the idea of what it is you are coming up with, and also see how we can enlarge it. Because one of the things that I want to encourage us as a team with KOT to do, and I know it might take time for us to get the hold of it, but sooner rather than later, we are determined we will, is to sort of also start making some very quick background ahead of time check of wherever it is that we want to go, make some network of some kind with some people. That actually also allows for us to penetrate further onto the key people that we can reach onto in that area, in that county, in that town. So Dennis, I followed you, and let's have a conversation on this and see how we can do what we can do with Nakuru.
Thank you, DK. And let me just finish up because I'll drop earlier at some point. We also have tools that we use for civic education, and these are tools that are accessible by the public. I mean, we have more than 2 tools. There are many tools you can use but we have used 2 so far, and they have been very, very effective because this is the Auditor General's report and the Control of Budget report. These 2 are able to help you see what counties have done, and they can also be able to help you see what counties are planning to do. So these 2 tools are very, very important whenever you want to do civic education mashinani, because I believe that civic education mashinani.
You said which ones?
Sorry, this is the Auditor General's report. Usually, it's like we have the most recent one for the financial year ended 2023-2024. So we have just begun a new financial year, but that is the one that now you can use to gauge the new governors. Those governors who were sworn in 2022, now they have their report card, and that report card is that report. So that can tell you what they have done so far, how much they have spent so far. And then we have the Control of Budgets report that also helps you foresee what these county governments are planning together with the county assemblies. And it's very important as we do this as well, let us remind wananchi on the process of budgeting and the importance of public participation. You may have realized that recently, most of the cases that have been that have flopped in court, they have been flopped because the government did not do proper public participation. This is a very, very important thing in our constitution. And usually, ideally, what has been happening is that politicians have been taking advantage of it. They don't even tell the people kuna public participation about this project. They pay their supporters. They come to attend those public participations, and they are paid even, and they even I know because I've attended quite a number of public participations before, because I am also a politician in a way, because I want to vie for politics. So I am really interested in these spaces. And I know how it has been happening. Unaingia public participation, una sign, na unachotewa ukitoka. Imagine that's what has been happening in Kenya. No wonder some of these projects are done, and then you keep asking yourself, nani alifanya hii project? Mbona, why did the governor prioritize this project? You should not be asking those questions. You should be stopping those projects at the public participation stage, because the governor will plan with the county assembly. The governor will give the executive will give the county assembly what they are planning to do. The county assembly will come to public participation, and then after public participation, county assembly approves, then executive ina execute wakitumia chapa ya wananchi. Kwa hivyo, it is very important for us to understand the budget making process, and that is the only way that wananchi watafunguka macho na wajue kweli chapa yao inatumika aje, and that they have a voice. And remember, when you lose your fear, they lose their power. Always remember that. When you lose your fear, and one of the fears that we've been having as Kenyans is the fear of talking about these things, is the fear of just expressing yourself, is the fear of just going to a public participation and saying, no, sisi badala ya kujenga library, right now we feel like kwanza utujenge madarasa, something like that. Or instead of kujenga governor's residence, kwanza tujenge dispensary. You know, these kind of things. And these things, they all pass through the public participation process where your voice is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Have a lovely evening. We hope to be in touch with you. Some very good nuggets. XGC, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. How are you?
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm very glad you have given me a chance to speak on this space. First, I would like to really appreciate and thank you guys, KOT and Dennis, for what you are doing on the civic education. You all know that the only way that you can break the chains of slavery from someone is by first changing the mindset. That's why first you have gone to civic education to make sure that the system, the institutions that you have in place are guiding Kenyans on the way a good government or a good regime should uphold the constitution. Second, I'd like to say like this. Your team has not reached Western Kenya so much, especially here around Vihiga and Kakamega. So kindly, I would like to urge you, Kujeni Western, come to Vihiga County, Kisumu, Kakamega, around this area, so that we do more engagement with the people on the ground. And as you do the civic engagement, I would like to urge you like this, my friends. Tell the people, ambieni watu kwa ground ya kwamba there's a revolution coming. Mambo ya 2027 hata tuachane nayo. The best thing that the people should know right now is that there is a revolution that is coming. And this revolution will, unlike the 25th June one that was not organized, this time around we are going to be very much organized, such that when the president will be on the live television, if we will survive that revolution, he will now not call us prisoners, criminals, but instead he'll be the one now saying is going to rule by the rule of law. So what we should know, and what I repeat, sorry for the repetition, let us make people know that there is a revolution that is coming. 2027, I know it is there, but hiyo ni baadaye. Lakini sasa hivi before next year February, lazima kukuwe na revolution hapa nchini Kenya. Thank you, and I beg you, my friends, that are include me in the civic education, especially for the counties that I've mentioned here in Western. I'll be very much willing to mobilize. I'll be very much willing to assist where necessary in any way possible, whether materially or financially, so that we get this regime out of power as soonest as possible. As soonest as possible. Thank you guys, and make sure you spread the message of revolution. Asante.
Asante, XGC. And I want to encourage you and anyone else who's listening to us who is forthright as you have done to be willing to, this is not even just a job that we are doing as us. It's a job we are doing, all of us, me, you, everybody who's listening, right? So if you believe you want to be a part of it, reach out directly to KOT, reach out to me as well. One of the things that I actually want to encourage you to do is this. Share with us your names, share with us exactly the county you're from. You share with us, if you can, a little bit of how in what way you believe you can be able to help us. For example, XGC has said he can be able to help from the point of his county where he is. I believe when you speak about Vihiga, this is probably where you currently are or where you reside. So I believe you're in a possibility of being able to bring together a group of persons, or even work with other friends and other people that you have. So if you're there in a different county and everywhere else that you are, please reach out to us. Tell us your name, tell us where you're from exactly, share with us how you believe you can be able to help us with this so that we continue to map out what I was talking about, a sort of roadmap of some kind. Sure, I may not come here and tell you next week you're going here, next week you're going there, of course, sometimes for obvious reasons. But for us as a team who want to work together with KOT to give him something that is comprehensive, a clear work map that he can also be able to even come back and say, you know what, I've been to Western 4 times. In those 4 times, I have held 3 town halls. I have walked into 2 institutions. I have spoken to 1,000 citizens, 300 being this, because we want to go down to the point of even trying to collect some data with him. It's not very easy work, but it's going to help us to start putting together the numbers of who exactly are we reaching, are we being able to reach, and are we being impactful with what we are doing. So thank you very much, XGC, for offering that. Much appreciated. I'll talk to Wanjira before I go to. I see Buka joined us. Good evening, Buka, Joga, and Good Boy as well. Let's talk to Wanjira for a few, and then we'll speak to you, Joga. Hi, Wanjira. How are you?
Hi. Going. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're well?
Okay. He sent me the mic. I think it popped up on my screen. He sent me the mic. I'm not sure if there's anything he wanted me to address.
KOT, are you here? Do you have something in particular ulikuwa umetaka kuaddress? Ama should I
No, I
should
said
I
I had nothing specifically for Angela to address. I just sent out those
Okay.
mics randomly.
Okay, let me give you a question, Wanjira, because right now Dennis actually came to something he was speaking about 2 things. Na hii moja nitakwambia Dennis Rosafi. Ukisikia venye watu wanasema huku nje tu wanaibiwa idea, hii ukiona nikifanya huko, ujue Rosafi tu hii nimechukua kutoka kwako. Something we talked about, which is representatives in the different counties, yeah? 247, a council of 47 or whatever you called it, which is a very brilliant idea that would have representations that are helping us in all the 47 counties to get closer to our goal. Wanjira, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Might be a repetition, might be an obvious one, but just indulge me for a minute. Besides the generalness of knowing that civic education has to be done, what kind of advice can you give me, KOT, and anyone else who's listening here who's looking for a way to do something? What advice can you give us in continuing to fashion the conversation in a way that resonates to people on a very individualistic basis, and not just by the basis of I collected or I put together 30, 50 women who work at a sokoni or a market in Thika town, but instead I also was able to relate to them from a very individualistic level. What kind of thing would you advise us to put in mind?
Oh, good. That's a good question. And I always put it this way. When it comes to civic education, we have to borrow a leaf from the way politicians do it. And this is what I mean. When they come to, for example, let us start with Meru. You know, there's a whole Muguka crisis there. or whether they can export it or not export it. They talk to the people of Meru, particularly about the things that matter to the people of Meru, which is Muguka. And they tell them, we will do everything in our power to make sure that you people can be able to monetize this thing that you're growing here. And then they go to the coast, and unfortunately, in this regard, they speak like from both sides of their mouth. They go to the coast and say, you know what? We hear you people. We see that you do not like the use of drugs here. We are going to make sure that drugs such as muguka and cat and other things are not brought here. And then they come to Mount Kenya and say, you know, ninaona kahawa inawasumbua sana. And then they go somewhere else in Mumias and other places. They say, I can see there's a sugarcane crisis here. You know, they address and talk to the people about the things that really matter to the people. And thank God in Kenya, unfortunately, or fortunately, we do not have a shortage of problems that hurt people in almost in an individual capacity. So for example, when KOT is speaking to guys in Chuka University or other places, or universities in general, or young people, start by talking to them about what the regime has essentially done to the people, which is number one, it has let down the youth in a fundamental way. They cannot be able to access education. They cannot be able to access business opportunities. They cannot be able to access jobs. In addition to that, talk to them about the value of their life and how little life means to the regime right now. When you go to the Mamambogas, talk to them about the horticulture bill that has been sponsored by Sabina Chege. Tell them that in a short while, they are going to have to take out licenses to sell their nyanyas. Imagine your mom grows nyanyas and she's going to have to take out a license to sell her nyanyas, right? The same mamambogas, talk to them about the fact that they cannot, in a short while, they will not be able to replant their seeds because GMO cannot be able to, for the seeds, for example, you harvest from GMO, cannot be able to replant it again. That is a fact. Talk to them about that. Talk to them about the fact that in a short while, that if you have a cow that produces milk, you cannot hawk your milk in your neighborhood. The way I know, I used to see my mom doing. We used to have cows and she would sell her milk. In fact, in the morning, she'd take milk to the dairy, and then in the afternoon, the milk she gets from the cows, she'd supply to our neighbors. In a short while, you will not be able to do that. Right? You cannot be able to bring your bull across the fence for your neighborhood to for your neighbor to inseminate your cows, because your cows are going to have to be tagged, and the government is monitoring how many bulls and how many cows that can be able to reproduce are in a certain area. And in fact, it is an offense for you to take off the tag that the government puts on your cow. So talk to people about that. And so when I say that there's no shortage of problems that resonate with people, fashion your message in a way that makes people feel, you know, wamekandamizwa by the regime. There's problems that target us. When you talk to women, talk to them about, for example, what is happening in what happened in Kware. Talk to them about the rise in femicide. Talk to them about how from every corner of this country, women are a target everywhere. Talk to them about what is happening in hospitals, that women do not even have sufficient space to lie down after giving birth. Unfortunately, that is the country we're living in. When you go to the old people, tell them about how SHA is it's a death warrant. It's a death sentence. I saw an old man crying on the news. I don't know. I have never seen that. It really, it shakes something in your core. But that is the government we're living in. And every day, William Samoei Ruto is telling people, sign up for SHA, register for SHA. To get what in return? When you talk to employed people, talk to them about how their pay slips are getting thinner and thinner, and there's nothing to see in return for it. That you are sponsoring a state housing project, but you're also going to have to pay again for it. Yeah, you make it make sense. I am paying you to build a house, but I will also have to pay you to get that house back. Make it make sense. That I am paying for a social health insurance project. And the amount of money I am paying you is enough for me to get a private insurance for me and my family. And you think that makes sense when every day your clarion call is sign up for SHA. We have to make this country work for who? So unfortunately, DK, I think that there are Again, no shortage of problems that are touching literally every single person in every single demographic in this country. And those are the things we need to touch on. That is how we need to be a well-fashioned weapon. Civic education has to be a well-fashioned weapon. So that is my opinion. I don't know what your thoughts are, but that is how I think we should do it.
I spot on. Couldn't even say it any better, Wanjera. Thank you. I knew bringing you up here and posing a question to you would be worth it. So thank you very much for that. Dennis, I saw your hand go up. Talk to me very quickly before I go
Yes,
to
just on
Buka.
two things. One, there's initially when I was saying when I was speaking earlier, I'd mentioned about Inject Party. I was very specific because I've seen some of the members here associated with it, and my point was that it is very important for you to have this council of members from representation from every county, because even at the time you want to sell your political party membership, opening offices, because that is a requirement by law, then it will be very easy for you to know who to touch base with in every different county. Buka, I agree with you. You have said that let's call it by what it is. This is this is political education, and I agree with you. Indeed, this is political education because it's very important that we do this. We have to drain the swamp. And lastly, just to agree on with Wanjira, yes, we talk about everything, and from the two reports I mentioned earlier, the Auditor General's report, it will be able to give you a breakdown of every department. So these are departments, for example, these are like ministries at the county levels, that every ministry has a CEC, who is a waziri, and the waziri has a chief officer, who is a PS. And then now we have directors coming down, just like the way the national government works. Then when you go to do civic education on these specific departments, it becomes very easy for you to do it. Because, for example, you're touching on health department, that way you will be able to talk about SHA, you will be able to talk about the projects that the county has done under health. You'll talk about the state of healthcare and the healthcare workers and all these things. And you're able to even bring in researchers. Like we said earlier, we have people like in a data analyst who I've worked with before. And whenever I'm hosting a space in Nakuru County, I usually reach out to him and other researchers to make sure that we have factual information, so that now when you come down to the people, wanajua nyinyi si wase wa kuchezea. Even politicians start respecting you. And that's why they even ask you to invite them to respond to these issues. They will not be coming to your spaces if they think you are propagating propaganda or misinformation. So I think that's it, and good evening.
And a good evening to you too, Dennis. Santi. Buka, how are you? It's nice to see you.
I'm good, my comrade.
You have said we be bold and call it political education and stop beating around the bush.
Yeah, we are looking for political power, comrades. So I think the issue of civic education has also its roots to depoliticize people, because civic education has always been a tool for mainly civil society organizations that always say that they are non-political, and sometimes NGOs that want to do political education without political change. But I think what we have all been doing, DK, KOT, and all the team that has been able to raise the banner, the Kenyan National Project banner, we are very clear in our mind that the problem of this country is political, and that the political problem can only be solved in a political way. And that is why every movement that started before did not have the consolidate itself into a political instrument to take political power, except the GNZ uprising. Because remember, after the GNZ uprising, and the continuing Gen Z uprising, even as we are today, the clarity of thought around the majority of the Kenyan people is that the enemy is the political class. It's important to note that. And that we cannot continue to plead with these corrupt, filthy individuals that are only concerned about multiplying their wealth and not delivering services to the people. So what the Kenyan majority are saying, that they have lost total trust in this political class, this rich billionaire political class that continue to broker us to not just their foreign supporters, but also their selfish interest. And everything they do, even if they pretend it is for the public interests, it is only, corruption to benefit their friends, their family members, and a few cronies around them. So that is why I was counting that we become very doing political education. We are fighting for political change, and indeed we have to expose the rotten political class, not to change them. Because remember, President William Samoei Ruto and the entire political class, including Raila Odinga, are beyond reform. That means we cannot reform them. If we try to ask President William Samoei Ruto to implement a universal health care for all, he is incapable. And that is what we have to tell the Kenyan people, that the reason why we are consolidating the gains in the street is not to beg this political class that have formed a coalition to oppress us to change their policies to be able to deliver services to us. We are saying this political class is beyond reform. So we need to break it to atoms and build a new one. It's like the house has rotten. So you cannot build the new house on a rotten foundation. You have to remove the entire foundation so that we are able to build a new foundation and construct a stable Kenyan house where every person can actually find a place to live in. So we are not saying that, please, now that the Kenya Kwanza government, please help us to reduce the cost of living. It should be clear to every person in Kenya that William Samoei Ruto and his new friend Raila Amolo Odinga cannot reduce the cost of living. So it basically means that the people that are talking on this space, that were in the street to challenge this corrupt administration, must form an alternative organization, because we are mobilizing. We can mobilize people to go to the street, but we can also organize them to take political power. And that organization then can follow, can take place hand in hand with political education. So we have to find a way to collectively share information, what we are doing, where we are doing it, so that we can consolidate our efforts. That is the only way we are going to defeat this incompetent regime, this incompetent, corrupt regime. Because at the very end of it, we want that today we can call Mandera, and there is someone there that is continuously doing the work of injecting and mobilizing Mandera people around our national program. We are also saying that even though we have different houses, these houses must join at some point to be able to defeat this illegitimate government. So we appreciate everybody that is doing everything in their houses. But at the very end of it, whether we are going to have a coalition of all progressive organizations or political parties, we must have a point to meet to reconsolidate our ideas, because unity is our strength. Now, Morara, KOT, and the rest of the team are building the most urgent and the important project, the political party called Inject. We have also other people. For example, we are on the NCCPA, which is not a political party, but bringing some political parties and also organizations like the social justice centers that we were with in the street and some student organization. At the very end of it, we must have a place where now we say that we consolidate these efforts into one alternative vehicle to actually defeat President William Ruto and his gangs, so that we are able to deliver a project for the Kenyan nation. So, secondly, is that in terms of doing political education, I think we can narrow down that the most important project for us, at least we didn't die in the street, but some people died in the street. So we have to give the people who died in the street, we must give them dignity by fighting to the logical conclusion of this war. And we must erect the flag of the martyrs of the street ever high when we are confronting the enemies of the people. We must remind them that Rex Masai, the first martyr of Gen Z uprising, did not die in vain. We must remind them every day that the 78 cases and the over 300 cases, we must never forgive them. And the reason also that we want to take political power is to give justice to the over 300 people that were abducted. We want to give justice to the over 78 people that have been murdered by this regime. We want to hold them accountable. We want to make sure that in our lifetime, we can call out President William Samoei Ruto as the former president and put him through a full trial and make sure that he is able to pay for his crimes when he was in power. That is the most important reason why we are looking for political power. We are looking for political power not to negotiate for ourselves, but we want to make sure that even though we are saying that this political power, this political class are stealing, we don't want them to pass this stolen wealth to their families and continue to dominate our children and our grandchildren and our descendants. We are looking for political power to confiscate their wealth that they stole from the Kenyan people and use that wealth to build a better Kenya. That's why we are looking for political power. We are looking for political power to make sure that at any given time, we can say that those corrupt people that have continued to steal wealth, all the wealth that they have stolen and stashed in foreign accounts, we need to be able to have the political power to arrest them, put them in jail, and negotiate with them to bring that money to the Kenyan Republic so that we are able to build a better Kenya for everyone. So it's important for us that without political powers will not go to jail. Without political power, every election year from 1997, the poor people have been murdered. The poor people have died. No statue, no names of them, even ingrained somewhere, that these poor people martyred in the street and they were killed, not just by government militia, they were killed by Kenya police, they were killed by opposition militia. For how long will the poor people die while the rich people are enjoying stolen wealth? This is the reason why we must tell the Kenyan people that we want a government for the people, by the people, and they should not look somewhere else. The poor people have a brain. Poverty did not make them lose their brain. They can govern this country. We just need to reconsolidate them, be patient with them, learn from them, and make sure that we are honest to them so that we get their trust. And at any given time, we tell them the truth, even when we are weak. We must be bold to tell the Kenyan people that at this point we are weak. because we need their support and that we can advance this Kenyan national project together. We can also say that we also need an analysis on how this criminal system has been able to sustain itself. Because remember, President William Samoei Ruto and Raila Amolo Odinga are too weak to oppress us. That is why they have to form alliances of oppression. Every time an election is coming, they are going outside the country to look for money from abroad for people that they are going to be able to use to help them in their interests. For example, they normally go to London, they go to Washington, they are going to, Tel Aviv. What are they going to do? They are not going to take a cup of tea. They are going to form alliances with the people that they want to work for, to give them money to come back home and deceive us through paying the majority of the Kenyan people through bribery. And in fact, the Kenyan election is bribed even before it started, because it's so unequal that the media even starts to parrot on day 2 that it is a 2-horse race. It basically means that we are forced to choose between 2 criminals. So we are looking at which one is the lesser criminal, while the people in Kenya have a clear chance that they can change their destiny. So we must also remind the Kenyan people that as so long as we are willing to accept by multinationals, big money from abroad, then the only people that can benefit is now what we know, the Bill Gates Foundation. They are not benefiting because they are good people. They are benefiting because they they gave money to these people. So it's important for me to actually outline that. And finally, comrades, I just wanted to remind all of us that this project needs all of us. And we need a place where we can share ideas, meet, and we need a program to sell to the Kenyan people. Remember, after the 1994 in South Africa, they had independence. They came up with the Freedom Charter. The Freedom Charter categorically said that land belongs to the people of the South Africa. And therefore, the government of the day must nationalize land and make land accessible. Just like in Kenya today, we have 2 important reports, the TGRC report, the Ndungu Land report. The people who own land in Kenya are politicians. The people who own land in Kenya and do not produce through those lands are politicians. We cannot have food security as long as 65% of our land is being managed by criminals who do not produce. They are holding land to get loans. They are holding land to sell. They are involved in speculative economy, and they are not producing much. So in essence, what I am trying to bring close to you, that we also need, during the process of doing this political education, we need like a 10 to 15 program on things we will do when we take political power. And then on the other side, we also say we will offer universal health care because Ruto is stealing our healthcare program. We will offer, universal, free, public funded education from primary to the university because Kenya Kwanza regime and its gangs are stealing from us. So that is the step we need to make, not just to to disqualify the regime that exists, but also to bring an alternative regime. DK, sorry, I probably talked too much, but you can have the mic.
Asante Buka, thank you. And because I know I may lose you at some point, I will ask you to stay with me because I want to talk to XGC for a quick minute. There's a question I'll pose to you before you leave. XGC,
no, I will not.
Because
I will stay a bit.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Buka. XGC, because I want to give you a second come back. Please just take 2 minutes. Tell us what you had in mind. I saw your hand go up. So talk to us what came to your mind, 2 minutes, and then I'll go to Abdullah.
Okay, thank you for giving me this second chance. First, I'd forgotten to mention about your education. When you go on with this education, let's also remember the education sector. You are pushing for the consolidation of the funds Instead of having the MPs bursaries, GMCA bursary, we have just one fund for the all education bursaries consolidated into the Ministry of Education. Second, make sure that when we do the civic education, we are involving that one because most parents are now burdened by the new university funding model. You saw what is happening in Chuka. You can say that it's because of the accident, but me and you know very well that comrades are very angry because of the new university funding model. So as you go on with the civic education, kindly inform our parents that the new model is going to exploit them more, and we are the only people who can stand in and support and stand in for them and protect them against this regime. Third, as I finish up, as I said earlier, I want to repeat it. Kindly, in your civic education, inform the people that there is a revolution that is coming and that we are not going to wait until 2027 we vote out these leaders. No. The reforms that we are doing for 2027 are for the youths who will take up the office. But as for now, for the regime that is here in power, the time has come. The storm is coming. The calmness that we are just seeing is a calmness before the storm. When everybody thinks now everything's back to normal, that's when we shall sprout out and that's when we shall go direct for the head. Again, in your civic education, also notify the members of various public. What I'm saying is what I'm doing here in Vihiga. Chege can send you some of my videos to see. That's what we are doing here in Vihiga County in public forums. We are making sure that the people understand that the power or the sovereign power of the people of Kenya belongs to them as the citizens. So they should not tolerate. I had somebody say that in their county they welcome these leaders on their spaces. No. For my opinion, you can disagree with me, but in my opinion, we should not give a platform to these politicians. When you give them a platform, they sell to you what we call hope. And when they keep selling you hope, you keep on going and saying, maybe tomorrow you'll perform better. So what you should do, you should not give a platform to these politicians. In fact, we should go to the platforms where they are having their engagement. We disrupt those platforms in a peaceful manner, and we tell them head on that we are not going to elect any corrupt politician, because we know these politicians right now who are in office, most of them are very corrupt. Most of them, not even most, in fact, all of them. Only to mention a few like Okiya Mtata and so on, whom we know are on the side of the people. So let's not give a platform to these people, to these politicians in our villages and in our constituencies, so that the people or the electorate can see that there is a movement that is coming and it is agitating for change. So when you platform the politicians and then you provide a platform for the youth, that's why how this movement will come to pass. And as I finish, remember there is a revolution that is coming on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a lovely evening as well. Thank you for that second submission. Abdullah, just remembered I had Good Boy here. I think Good Boy had just walked in before, so if you'll allow me, let me talk to Good Boy, then I'll come to you,
That's okay.
Abdullah.
That's okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Good Boy, good evening.
Good evening, DK. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to mention or touch a few points. Most of them, some of them I've mentioned in other spaces. I think some of the people that are in here are familiar with. And maybe to also emphasize a little on some of the points that have been mentioned, some of the good points. So I'll go directly. So good work, KOT, and many others who are doing the civic education and all that. Big up, and thank you for also doing that on our behalf. Basically, civic education plays a critical role when it comes to considering what our overall goal is in this movement. What we are doing is like a project where we have milestones. Where in project management, we have things called milestones. We can also compare this as the Scrum framework, where we have sprints and deliverables, which are iterative, incremental, and there's inspection at the end, and there's retrospect. basically to note down what can be improved at the end of the sprint or the project. So civic education is to touch unique day-to-day problems of each location that you visit, so that the people need to be felt and understood. And then secondly, I will say you can utilize our language and our dialect diversity. We have so many languages, and each language has different dialects. So depending on where we or you visit, you can identify the dialect that is available there and then utilize that. So for every location, you can carry someone or identify someone from the local area who knows the language and the dialect very well, and then someone who people can resonate with, and then brief the person on the issues to be spoken. You can speak, probably you can speak in Swahili or English, and the person translate that particular information to the local dialect. You can check maybe the way the Crusades do. Someone speaks in English, and then someone speaks in English, and then there's a Swahili translator. That model. And then when going to do civic education, also maybe you are going to do civic education of some bills, probably things to do with the immunity of Bill Gates Foundation, the one just passed through the other day. Things to do with education, health, etc. You can print papers with such information, and then indicating what the bill says and what will be the effects to the wananchi directly or indirectly, and the intention. You can also include agriculture and all that. Also include the future ramifications of those particular things. When it comes to financing in terms of printing and all that, feel free to ask. I'll be the first to send you something so that you can cater for the printing and all that, all those types of things. And then I can send part of my contribution, as I've said. I'm insisting on that one. And then before the meeting, you can distribute the papers to the attendees. Let the papers be translated with the help of the person that you've identified as a translator, the person that you'll be with on the ground. And then when you initiate the meeting or begin the meeting, they can easily follow up and they can easily understood. And even after the meeting, they can still have those papers. And then they can also in future, do a reference and all that. Also, I suggested in one of the spaces that if you are good in your local language and you have a phone and bundles, anyone in this space or anywhere, please create translated videos on each and every bill, be it agriculture bill, be it whatever is going on in education, health, everything that has broken down basically. Create a video regarding those things, be it on TikTok, IG, Facebook, Threads, X, etc. Make them go as viral as they can. Make those videos, number one, sensational. Let them be sensational. Let them be interactive. And most of all, let them be emotional. I also noticed that most of the most videos that are made by ladies, sorry men to say this, but most of the videos that are made by ladies are played the most. So please, ladies, take advantage of this as we men also do the same. So this should be done just like how the finance bill was dissected at that time. The finance bill was perfectly, I could say perfectly dissected in videos during that time. So we can also emulate the same thing, and this will really help in this revolution and dissemination of information. That will be my submission. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Before I go very much, Kyoti, do you have anything you want to say to anyone? Any question to anybody before I keep the mic going, or nothing as well. Nothing, you're still here. And to check with my guys. All right, I'll keep the mic going. Buka, I have a question I want to ask you, and I'd ask you give me an answer in maybe a minute, maybe even less, and then we'll go to Abdullah. You, when you were talking about political education, and me just trying to think about the rule of voter, and their behavior in as far as politics is concerned. I know political leaders start their work very early in as far as uko chini ya maji and what they're doing to have certain people drive their influence, but then we always see it become way more alive, a year or 2 years towards the election. So I was asking myself, how can a guy like me, KOT, and anyone else who's trying to leverage the most on civic education from as early as now, because it's never too early to start, how do you think we can be able to take on local organizations and community leaders, and to collaborate with them to create awareness about the political the importance of their political participation, and this is the voter, the regular voter. How can we be able to engage that local organization or that community leader or baraza la wazee or something, and be able to ensure that that rural voter is understanding the impact of their votes on local governance and even the justice that they deserve. I really hope my question was clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
DK.
Hello, guys. Kidogo.
Um,
Mohammed, just wait. Mohammed, just wait. Please keep your mic muted.
Okay.
Thank you. Boka, please go on.
Okay, thanks, DK. And I really like what Good Boy has. There's some examples is given that is very important. And normally for us, we say that if you don't organize, you will agonize, because you can mobilize people, but at the very end of it, the person who organizes the people will have the victory. That is why even the preachers, they are evangelists, but they are preachers that has more influence in terms of making sure that they leave a church. So it's important to leave an organization where you go to do the civic education. You can go to preach, but once people get saved, they need somewhere to fellowship every week. And that is how we came up with this concept of people's assembly. Because people's assembly it basically means that if KOT was basically in Muranga, he does the political education extremely well. And just like Good Boy has said, he got also a local person who understands what he's talking about. So it basically means that KOT can have a phone call with this person and bring him new issues in Muranga, and then people will meet in form of people's assembly, either on a weekly basis or on a daily basis. But it has to be regular to discuss issues. So that is one point I wanted to make. So it basically means that now we have more we have more KOTs, we have more DKs, we have more bookers doing this work on the ground. So organization is important. That's one. And then the second one on the local dialect, because I always visit the local radio station and the local TV stations. And also I visit the national TV stations. But every time I visit the national TV station, I will get more response, mainly from the urban areas. But when I visit local radio stations, like for example, I visit Ramogi, or I visit, this other one that is run by KBC, I find more response from the ground where I come from. So it basically means that we should also make sure that we can push our propaganda or our political education through local dialects to make sure that we reach the people. And I think that was an important point that I'm just making sure that it is important that I repeat what Good Boy said. The local dialects are very powerful because remember the politicians, they go there and spin it in their local dialects. They spin it in Kisi, they spin it in Luo, they spin it in Kikuyu, and make sure that they zombify the entire population. So it's important that we have several people that are doing that. So organize, and always organize. And make sure you leave the last one, DK. Make sure that when you go somewhere, you leave people with something that they can refer to. That is why I've been saying that for us, we have reduced certain points, like 13 points, why Ruto must go. And then we've come up with also a political program. This program, if we print it, that means you use it for political education and leave it for printed. You leave it with your contacts and how they can reach us at the headquarters or wherever. So that means it has KOT's number, it has DK's number, it has an email, it has an alternative number. So even if this leaflet drops somewhere in the street, somebody can pick it and read it. And then always mobilize people around their popular struggles, because people don't fight only for ideas. Where we have won elections, even though we are a small political party, is only where we have make victories for the people. For example, Taita Taveta County, where we are very strong in terms of landlessness, we have been able to represent landless people, and some of them have gotten land from the people who robbed land from them. If it is organizing people around, for example, like Kipia, it has been a question of conservancy. So I also really want to relate with Good Boy's idea that we have to pick people's struggle and fight with them and sometimes win with them. Then we can have a good point, because people want to relate with what you are struggling with. For example, the coastal issues are the coastal issues. For example, just giving examples, DK. There is issues about not just the coastal people and people at the borders are struggling to get identification cards from this government, so they relate with it. If you go to Madare, just talk about extrajudicial killing. Each family has had one person murdered by the Kenya police. So these are the areas that I wanted just to highlight. Thank you very much, DK, um, uh, and for the good work you guys are doing. And we hope that we can move together.
Thank you, Buka. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to know one of the reasons why I try to, maybe nothing has picked this up, because we've crossed each other on spaces. When I get the privilege to co-host a space with anybody, for me, I don't look to just have people to walk in, do a submission, say their part, and leave. Sometimes I also believe in having just a little bit of a conversation, because it is in between that for those of us trying to get some work really, really done, then we're able to put together your thoughts, your ideas, your concepts, and use those to even better ourselves. I keep telling guys when I'm speaking that it is not only that person who has either shown any interest in being in the political space on an elected seat or not that should show the greatest of need to start running this job now. If you want a better country, if you want a better tomorrow, even the skill that you have that you use to give you a meal or put a shelter over your head, in one way or the other, can actually be impactful in this movement. When Kyoto is running up and down and making sure he's in each one of these counties, as he has committed himself to do, he needs a set of people that are standing with him, not just on the spaces and talking to him on the spaces and encouraging him to keep the work going, but also people that he can reach out to and be able to actually plan more with. My role myself, I am a communications expert and I do digital marketing and branding. So I'm able to look at what he's doing and what we want to achieve in this movement and ask myself, how can I apply my regular day-to-day skill in making this thing better? And so that's why I like to have a conversation with people. So please bear with me if you're with us on the speaker panel just a bit. But right now, as we go by, I want to talk to Abdullah, and then after Abdullah, we will talk to Mwelusi before nienda kwa Calvin. Abdullah, good evening, and sorry for keeping you waiting. Thank you for the patience.
Good evening. There's no problem. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for the space. Kenya is going through a very tough time, a time that the state that was supposed to protect people is abducting them. But when you see a state hiring rogue police officers,
Abdullah,
yeah,
Abdullah, just a second. Just a second. Calvin, could you please mute your mic? Asante. Thank you. Abdullah, please go on.
yeah, when you see a state that's supposed to protect people, but now hiring mercenaries and other rogue police officers or agent of the state, then it means the people's voice is heard and heard very, very loud. It's unfortunate that we have lost comrades. People have died. I tell people it's not the first time people were killed. Kenyatta started killing people. Moi did. Part of Kibaki, people died. Uhuru Kenyatta, it was even worse. Now it's unbaited. You know, is the man who came saying that he's going to help Mama Mboga and everybody else just turned out to be an outright liar and someone who was just using deception. Because I read somewhere, when you want to help people, you tell them the truth. When you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. Ruto told Kenyans what they wanted to hear. But you see, the relationship between the state and the liberty of people, freedom, is something that takes very long. I mean, you can't compare Kenya of today, that of 1992. But if you look still, poverty index in the country, especially in the rural Kenya, I normally tell my friends, if you think Kenya is developed, leave Nairobi or leave Mandera or leave Homa Bay and go to the interior and see, you know, the schools that have no desks or teachers or classes or even electricity. I come from Mandera County. 12 years after devolution, the poverty rate still stands at 80%, which means in the last 12 years, the 10% who improved are either county employees or county cronies. We have livestock that are worth billion in northern Kenya. We have land that we'll have used for agriculture. We have wind and solar that will have produced solar power. But none of that is being done because our failure is in the policy implementation. Because when you define a policy or when you define a problem, and then you have set agendas, you will have to formulate and design the policy, then approve it, implement it, monitor. But if you look at our policy implementation mechanisms in Kenya, from Uhuru's time to this time, it is always rushed because they want to make money. Look at NHIF, SHA, SHIF. Someone today went to the Ministry of Health in Nairobi and he was telling me the people who are dealing with the finances at the Ministry of Health don't have no clue what SHA and SHIF are or even how to use the software. Now, these are the people who are supposed to be collecting our deductions, making, updating our accounts. And then when we go to hospital, the amount of money or what the government is also sponsoring is also there. So building a state or building a nation are two different things. When you're building a nation, you are allowing the citizens, the taxpayers, to have the biggest say in how the affairs of the country is going to be run. But in Kenya, it is the elites forcing their wishes on us. You've seen what the Nandi senator is doing. You have seen how the parliament impeached Gashagwa. You have seen what was happening with the finance bill 2024-2025. Before that, we had KEMSA issues. Before that, we have the fertilizer. So as long as the political class are being entertained by us. 1 year ago, I appeared on Spice with Ahmed Nasser, and I said there, a day will come that the polity will be so angry that they will no longer entertain the nonsense of the political class, or what the scientists will call, you know, the kleptocratics, people who always think about themselves. So that has come. Now we have a population in the rural area that is very significant. We have a country that has 13.5 million people connected to smartphones and social media, according to Communication Authority of Kenya. We have about 23.5% of Kenyans connected to social media and smartphones and all this. So we can strategize and speak to different audiences. We here are privileged to have gone to higher level of education. We are connected to, you know, smartphone. We have data. We speak the same language. That is a very limited number when you compare to the people we're supposed to reach. But now poverty is a problem. And when someone is poor, they only think about the next meal. This is a condition created by the state so that people can remain poor because they invest in services. They don't invest in production. But so we will need to educate on our people that what the government is investing in is what they want to make money. But what is important for us, we have two sets of Kenyans living in this country, apart from the middle class, people providing services. We have people in the farmland, people who do farming. Then we have people who do pastoral farming. Then we have pure livestock pastoral farmers like in northern Kenya. So we need a designed program for the people so that Ministry of Agriculture takes the lead. Because why do you put billions in the Ministry of Health? It's because many Kenyans are not getting very good diets of fruits or vegetables or, you know, balanced diet. So they become sick. I said on many forums, when they don't have food to eat, they eat the drugs. So for you to think about the future of this country, we need to come up with a formula where we can influence on the priorities of the people so that farming takes center stage in the budget, livestock and you know, animals, what you call value chain takes shape so that people in the rural area can do business. Because I was in Kapedo, I was in Lamelo, I was in Chemelagot. My brothers, if you go to part of the Baringo, you will be surprised. There's a place called Kagir, just after Marigat. If you go to that place, you will be shocked to think that these are people that have produced two presidents. You go to places like Muranga that have no total access to water. So just because your Kingsman is in power does not really mean everyone in that particular. So you don't develop country for regions, you don't develop country for communities, you develop country for posterity so that people can travel freely, people can farm, people can eat, people have peace. There is no trust in this government. There is no legitimacy in this government because instead of working for Kenya, it turned out to be a very despotic, brutal, merciless, you know, regime, and we must fight it with our soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdullahi. Thank you for your submission. Yes, I will. I say we lost for Lucy, so I'll go to X-Conform before I talk to you. Wanjira, are you there? There's a question I want to leave with you to think, to just have a minute to think on, and then maybe I'll give you an opportunity to answer me a bit later.
Yep.
Wanjira, are you there? All right. I was just thinking about your legal friends and just thinking about the legal aspects and legal frameworks that are there in the country and their role as far as civic education. So I was wondering, are there legal frameworks that currently exist here in Kenya that support civic education initiatives, and how, in your opinion, how can they be improved if they're there? How can they be improved for us to be able to, better engage citizens at that constituency and county level? Yeah, is that question clear? All right. Let me give you a few to ponder on that, and then I'll talk to you in a while. Yeah.
Thank you, DK.
Okay. Thank you. Ex-conformist. Habari ya leo. Confirm. I can barely hear you. I don't know if you're talking to me. All right. I cannot hear you at all.
Yeah, I'm trying to
I'm not
fix
sure
my
what you said.
AirPods, so I'll join back later, please.
Okay. All right, so thank you. As I wait for you to join me, Wanjira, do you think you can tackle my question as you go by?
No, just give me a moment, DK. Let me see, because from the top of my head, I'm not sure there's anything that comes up. I know that the
Sure thing.
litigation department within the Law Society of Kenya, I'm not sure that they do civic education. And this is one of those situations where I suppose, I don't know whether pro bono legal work, because civic education from a legal aspect is pro bono work. And I don't know whether it is at the heart of the Law Society to do that, because then it would mean that advocates come and volunteer to do it. So let me see what is available, and then so that I can give you a factual position.
All righty. Thank you, Wanjira, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry I'm hitting some mini questions today. Like I said, I really want to have a conversation with you guys so that we also have a look and feel of where we want to go. Yeah. But thank you so much, Wanjira. Dennis, your hand went up. Do you want to try my question, or do you have something you want to add to us?
Thank you, DK. No, I don't. I want to add to. I want to agree with Good Boy and Buka on that issue of translation to mother tongue. And I think that is the only way that civic education is going to be effective, because we have to communicate directly to the people and be very specific, because ideally you're not going to spend like a lot of time with them, though it is something that should be happening frequently. Remember, this has to be very frequent. For example, we in Nakuru County, we have 11 constituencies. So what we have done, I just want to give you an example of what we are doing in Nakuru County, so that whoever wants to translate it down to their different counties can be able to do it, because it's quite easy and it's very well structured. We have 11 constituencies, so we have a team of representation from each constituency. These are the people who help us get the information from the ground. So in their specific constituencies, kuna zile WhatsApp group za ward level na kuna zile za constituency level. So they're able to pick the most concerning matters, whatever rising matters, or whatever communication you want to pass to the people. And it has become very, very effective. We also have with us a team of, we have a think tank of Voices of Nakuru. That's what we call it. And we have a team of researchers as well. And the researchers include people like data analysts, accountants, lawyers, medics, so that when you're handling a specific department, you are able to consult and get opinion and advice from the professionals in that department. That will help you also to be able to drive your point easier and directly to the people as well. So we also have, as part of our researchers, we have been able to go around social media and to find people who are already outspoken about, civic, justice, social justice. People are already doing civic education, and we've been able to connect with them, and they have joined our think tank group as well. So I have a team of girls who usually speak a lot on TikTok on matters civic education, and they also translate to mother tongue. So what we do is that we come up with topics, different topics, and we are able to discuss, brainstorm, and now that's how they get the content for whatever to execute. And just on that, I want to encourage members to also support influencers. We have a lot of influencers who are doing civic education in their funny ways, in their own different ways. kindly retweet, download, share, because this is another very effective way of doing civic education, and we have seen it work as well. So thank you.
Let me tell you, influencer marketing, in anything that you're doing, influencer marketing in 2024 is probably one of the easiest ways to create organic engagement, organic awareness, and organic conversion. Because even in a thing like this, it may not be that I'm selling to anybody and they're buying an actual thing, but they're actually buying a dream. So you will have an end conversion faster when you have organic, influencer-led conversations than anything else. And that's why you're seeing you will continue seeing in this time and in these moments, you see a lot of them that will pop up, that is influencers and content creators. Actually, let me actually just call them content creators first, who will pop up and of course relate themselves with what is currently there in the space, because that's what they're supposed to do, and that is speaking on social justice, political awareness, good governance, accountability, any of the different topics they may take on. And as they go by, it is in this moment that you will see those that people will be able to clearly relate with, that this person is speaking to us in this clear way. I've been seeing them. It's good that you've mentioned Chega. I've been seeing the different types of them on TikTok, breaking it all the way down to their dialects, their mother tongues. I think it was just yesterday I saw one of two young ladies who actually Kikuyu, and they were both speaking, and they have quite a number of persons that have gone to their comment section and are engaging with them in as far as what it is they were talking about. They brought it all the way down to just regular mwananchi conversation, talked about it in Kikuyu, of course, mixing a little bit of Kiswahili and English here and there, but made it so relatable. So thank you for bringing that. That is very much on point. And Chege, like I said earlier, mi ukiona nikiboro a little, because I hear you speak and I hear somebody who's actually come up with a framework that is already moving, and I get why nothing has mentioned very clearly. You need to find a way to work together. You will continuously see me borrow around what it is that you're doing and what it is you're trying to do down in Nakuru County. You're doing an excellent job. For everyone else who's listening, please, you can still request a mic. We've just been trying to dig around civic education. With everything that went on, with everything that went on in September, one of the things we talked about when I was able to now get really engaged with KOT is going back to what we all know him to be able to have done best and have been doing for the longest time, which is focus on civic, or as Booker has called it, political education. And over the past, I think it's been 2 weeks now, QT, that you've been out. I think you've already done 2 town halls now. I think you've been to Western, and now you've been to Meru as well.
Yes,
And
yes.
so we have 2 more.
DK, I think
Yeah.
we've done
Yeah.
2. We've done 2
Yeah.
when we started to do for Nini town hall system, because before we did this, we were just moving from town to town to speak to people. But now we decided to do it town hall. But even before we assemble for a town hall, of course, we walk in those towns to ensure that we talk to people and also welcome them to the venue. Yeah, so we've done 2, but in Mombasa we are going to do 3, because we want to do it in Vita constituency, in Jomvu constituency, and in Nyali. And then in Taita we'll only do 1. So yeah, that's what we are doing. But anyway, even before that, I know you guys, you're always wondering how we do this. But remember the support that we are getting from you, yeah, from a few of us, here and there is what keeps us going. And so Mimi, I've always asked you guys to not to offer so much, but if you are willing to book for us a hall and buy water, that's enough. Because normally we are like now in Mombasa, we need to have 3 halls, and those halls, at least per hall, we are booking at 5,000. And still in Taita, we haven't confirmed, but I'm waiting for a feedback tomorrow. Yeah, yo mali kwingine kwa maji, you guys know what to do. So that's the only thing we do. So sorry for that. Sorry for that. Yeah, but
It's okay.
that's what you have been doing. Yeah, and so ensure you support these guys. Yeah, Mimi, it will be so tough for me to post my phone number on X, nieke hapa nieke nini, but if you're willing, as you have been doing, just do it. But as we move on, we are going to ensure that we come up with the structures and they are underway. Yeah, we want to register something that when you guys even offer to donate some few coins, each and every coin must be accounted for. And so we are going to do that to ensure that even we get the treasurer, we get people who plan for these events every now and then, to ensure that we don't have those issues like, oh CG, you have conned us, you have done this and this. That's why it's so rare for you guys to see me posting my phone number here and there to, yeah. So we are doing that. We ensure you're going to register something that will accommodate each and every person in those who wants to do civic education. And remember, this civic education is not just me and a few people. Each and every person can do it, and you can always join us whenever we are coming to a city or county near you, to ensure that we move forward together. Yeah, I think that's enough for the night. So DK, back to you.
Asante Kioti, because having said that, one of the things it will encourage people is, if for example you're there, you're in Taita, where we are looking to. Of course, I know Kioti has some friends there and is talking to some people. But let me use it as an example. Let's say you're in Taita, or let's say you're in Nakuru, where we are looking to come to, and you know how you can be of help in regards to helping us to mobilize people, to getting our message out to more people around even before the day of the town hall. A certain hall somewhere where we can go to that hall, tunaweza komboa hiyo hall itusaidie na kazi yenye tunataka kufanya. Then come to us, come to our DMs, talk to us, tuambie niaje, mimi naitwa DK. I come from this and this constituency, this and this county. This is how I believe I can be able to help. We have a group of friends here. We have this, we have that, the likes. Every one of these things that we are trying right now, and Kyoto umefanya poa kuongelea hiyo kitu ya number. Everything that we're doing right now on the back end is primarily meant to be a pure example of preaching wine and drinking the same wine. We are all speaking about accountability from our leaders. We are all speaking about integrity from our leaders. And we can only begin by ourselves if we are going to expect that of those who are leading us. I've always believed leaders are a reflection of those people that they lead. Sometimes it's not always so, but more often than not it is. So, because I also understand that leadership comes in either you have rendered your voice to speak representing others that you speak the same voice, or you've been selected by a group of persons to actually be their amplified voice, then it is important for us to stay in the side of ensuring that we do and act as we say. So we are working towards coming up with some very clear, decentralized. I know there's a bunch of you here who have more IT expertise than I do. We are coming up with some back end decentralized ways to ensure, one, if there is any form of resource support, whether it is financial support, whether it is actual resource of this kind or that kind, that you help us in this process, then you're able to not only come back to us and ask us how we've done it and we account to you, but you have also a place where you can go and see for yourself. Here is what KOT and team are doing. Here is a place where we are putting together a resource, for example, like a fund drive of some sort. Here is clarity that you're seeing as your money has come in here. Here is where your money goes, and here is how it goes about. Accountability that shows itself to the beat and has you a part of the decision making. Not even people reporting to you decision making that was made. You are a part of it from the word go. Maybe that's what I'm championing for, that's what I'm looking for. And when I was able to see that, when one time we've spoken with KOT, and I was able to see that we share that interest and that dream of having it that way, that's why I said, you know what, okay, now here's one person that I think I can walk this journey with. Someone who he's willing to put himself on the ground, he's walking on the ground with a few other friends that he has also friends, and I've become a network with him who wants to help him in those towns. And then some of us on this other end, like myself and a few other people that we have, we bring in whatever other aspect that we have: project management, communication skills, marketing skills, digital marketing skills, and any other form of skill that we can bring on the table, so that we can make sure it's a fully fledged team that understands their different moving parts in it. But thank you very much for everyone who's still listening to us. I want to talk to Ndongo before I check if X Conform was able to is. Ndongo, good evening. Could you talk to us, please?
Yes, DK, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go on.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, so I'll be very brief, and I just want to give a few inputs on how to conduct the political education. First of all, I would like to appreciate the work you guys are doing, and of course, Mr. Booker is doing a wonderful work with the Communist Party. And one thing I identified which sets revolutions apart is the power of ideology. You see, the way Booker's camp is doing their political education, it's effective because it is backed by an ideology. You see, they're spreading the Marxist maxim, and it is the ideology which gets to stick in the heads of people at the end of the day. You understand? You can tell people how bad a government is, but if you leave them with only that, it won't be beneficial for the cause. You see, the second thing I want to I would like to share is the issue of doing civic education will not be successful if we only point out maybe the bad things of a certain leader or the bad leadership of a certain government. We have to leave the people with free thinking. We have to leave them with these ideas so that they can freely think for themselves. I'm saying this because of the example of the French Revolution. We all know it was greatly influenced by the Enlightenment. There was these intellectuals who had these ideas, and it is the people munching on these ideas that gave them the will. So these guys were revolting, not just for the sake of revolting. They were revolting because they had thought freely for themselves under the influence of the ideas from the intellectuals. You see, So in each and every county, when Mr. KOT goes to do civic education, we have to leave the people with enough ideas for them to meditate on them, so that these ideas can become the key influence for their present and also future actions. Thank you. That's all I had.
All right, Asante. Good boy, are you there? Good
Yes,
boy.
yes, please.
When correct me if I'm wrong. When we were talking earlier, did I pick from you that you have some knowledge in as far as project management is concerned?
Yeah, I'm Agile certified.
Okay. All right. I have a question I want to ask you. That popped in my head with regard to that.
Yes, please.
They might actually be two. The first one, what would you say would be a key project management strategy that we can utilize to be able to measure the impact of, the impact and the effectiveness of these our civic education initiative? As we continue to be able to foster some, clear political participation among diverse community groups that we go to. I mean, today we are going to be in coast area, another day we're in central and the different aspects in all those places. So what is maybe one or two key strategies that you think we can be able to utilize to be able to measure our impact and our effectiveness?
All right. Are you okay if I put it on documentation, writing in detail, then forward it to you?
Yeah, that would do. Do you have anything you can summarize in a very short way for right now? And then, of course, you can give us something later on that can take us through even a bit better.
All right. Basically, it's assessment, risk assessment, checking out on the risks involved, and also measuring the should I say the advantages or the outcomes based on the risks that are on the table. So basically, in project management and agile methodology and all that, risks are the number one things that affects the project milestone and the project progress. So basically, you have to check the risks against the outcome against the risks. Then from there, you can basically do an optimization and see how it can be countered, the risks, how the risks can be overcome. Basically, it revolves around the risks. So I'll be able to come up with the documentation. I already have a documentation, so I'll just have to customize it based on what the movement is for, and what will be done on the ground, and then forward it to you. Basically, it just needs some customization as per the situation we're in. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Thank you very much. Last one before I go to one more person. Stakeholder engagement, and collaboration. How can that be effectively managed, in civic education projects? For us to be, for us to also be able to ensure that the needs and voices of the community are also prioritized throughout the entire process, even as we are talking. How can stakeholder engagement and collaboration also be very effectively managed throughout this process?
All right, stakeholder engagement. Basically, the stakeholders are the key stakeholders in this particular movement, because without them, basically, we cannot achieve what we need to achieve. That's the end goal. So
the interaction with the stakeholders, the key stakeholders, that is the people at the mashinani level, they need to feel that they are in this particular journey or movement. And mentioning that is that they need to be engaged in a certain way whereby they need to feel the same, and which comes to their particular issues, the key issues that they face day to day. So, for example, if the key issue that can face someone day to day, for example, there is someone who is driving a vehicle, for example, and then there are roads basically that they are not maintained. Even if they are maintained, they are patched, and then maybe the substandard materials are used and all that. After maybe 2 to 3 rainy cycles, then that road goes back to its original state. So and then that person has to take their car to the garage every now and then to replace the parts and all that. So in that particular aspect, you identify that particular problem, and then you provide a need to it. Because many of the things, many of the projects that keep on running is you identify a problem, then that problem, you identify a need to it. So like, for example, there's one of the speakers said the same thing. We identify a problem, and that is the problem is what is going on in the system of this nation and the people that are running that system. And then after that, after we've engaged the stakeholders, told them the problems, enlightened them and what is going on, and then we shift them back. We shift them to another dimension whereby we enumerate the solutions that we have to those problems, the solutions that can actually trickle down to them, and those solutions can affect them directly, because the people in the mashinani, they want to feel the impact of change. They want to feel like, you see, like the negative aspect of the change to NHIF to SHA or SHIF has impacted even to the commonest mwananchi in the village, the person that probably has a malaria or dysentery or whatever. The negative impact of that particular change has affected them to the village, to the bottommost village. So if we can now turn it around and then enumerate the solution that will be able to even touch to the commonest person in the village, then that will be a very great collaboration with the stakeholders, which are the citizens. So basically involving them in every step and making them feel that they are part of this particular journey, and giving them information that will enlighten them, and also they can use that particular information to change also where they come from or where they dwell. So in a nutshell, it's basically enlightenment, enlightening them, and yeah, I could say that in a nutshell.
Thank you, good boy. I've engaged you on that, and I will reach out to you because of just wanting to understand also what you're doing from project management basis. I don't have any background on that. I have worked with several project managers. And so I believe for us to be more effective, we'll need to also look at it from that perspective. So thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you.
All right, ex-conformist. I don't know if your AirPods will allow us to talk to you now. Good evening. Am I saying it right? Ex-conformist. Bwana conformist, uko hapo? Hi, I can hear you, but you're so far away. Do you think you can be able to speak to us without your AirPods? All right, wacha nikuallow fix hiyo. If you can, please see if you can be able to talk to us without the AirPods. Might be easier.
Hello.
Hello, hi. I can hear you now.
Okay. I just got rid of the airport. So yeah, what I just want to say is I just want to show some appreciation for what you guys doing. You guys are really pioneers in this fight. Which is a collective fight for all of us across the African nation. So I like how you guys approach things. It shows a deep level of organization and it shows we're not just doing this fight for our freedom just anyhow. We are intentional with every steps we are taking. That's so very nice. So I've heard a lot of topics today and some kind of platforms. So what I want to suggest is I'd like us to understand and study all events, like from, let's say, from the finance bill, from the protest, and so there are different scenarios that has happened. So like we said about the think tank, we should have also some team working on studying such events and how to avoid such scenario in a different case. So we all could apply the same techniques you guys are applying in across the nation till we can all be liberated from the shackles. So yeah, that's what I want to say. And also, I'd like to, I don't know if it's Sonko or DK. I'd like to talk and see um, how we could also assist in terms of financials and so, because we're not going to lie to ourselves. The fight is more than just manpower. We also need financial stability to be able to continue what we're doing. I see an Africa where we have people who are our political fighters, people who just wake up and that's what they do. Everything is about the liberation of our people, and through what we have set up, we will be able to tender to their daily needs and bills. You understand? So yeah, and also I have a question I want to pose, but I don't know who's the right person to answer this question. Is looking at the dynamics in the political sphere of Kenya, I have noticed an attempt to destabilize the people because when the movement started, it was under a voice and everybody was speaking at one with as one. But then along the line with the event of Rigati Shagwa, I can see some attempts to divide people along ethnic and tribal lines. You understand? When you look at other African countries, it goes deeper than that. It goes into religion and so and so and so. So how do you think? Because when that happened, I was speaking with some few comrades in Eritrea and Ethiopia, and then we were saying like, I don't think that kind of movement like it happened in the finance bill can happen again because the leaders of this movement are now also divided. So I want to know what you guys have understood and learned from what has happened and how to also move forward. And then my second question is, we should have like a curriculum created or compiled about the civil education, because not everyone is adequate to know what to say. Like someone mentioned, you talk to the people and you leave them something to ponder on. So we have to also, because all these things are skills, and the political parties, they all have this knowledge. So we have to bring it up in a way where we can actually document and study these things. These things goes into marketing, it goes into psychology, it goes into different aspects. So yeah, I'm really happy with what you guys are doing, and yeah, keep it up, keep it up. Much appreciation also to Buka. I've been following for a long time, and then yeah, that's what I have to say.
All right, Asante, ex-conform. To start with, when it comes to contributions, first thing I'll urge you to do, and anyone else who would be very much willing to actually be of any form of support. Two things I'm going to say. The first one is we have what we have on our hands right now. There's civic education. There are actually town hall meetings that are in schedule as we speak that are going to happen later on this week. Kyoto will be having 3 of them in Mombasa. That's Nyali, Jomvu, and I think Mvita. And then he'll be also working on going into Taita as well, hopefully within the same time. Now, as you may have heard him mention before, for example, 2 of the things that we really look forward to having people help us with is managing the hall expenses, being able to get that space, and also water that will be needed during this sit down that we have. Right now, we need about 5,000 for each of the halls. We have 3 halls already that are being looked at for Mombasa. That would come to about 15K. And then we have water as well. Now, if anybody would want to support with regards to that, please reach out to KOT. There's a number he's always shared before, but most primarily I'd ask, please reach out to KOT directly. Just DM, suggest what it is that you'd like to support with, talk to him a bit more, and then we can be able to get closer to that particular goal. That is an immediate goal. Beyond that goal is the second thing that I will say, which is, of course, there needs to be a sustainable kind of system that we can work on that can, one, help us put together the money, but at the same time, remain very accountable and very transparent on how any one of these resources is actually being used. So, Kyoto mentioned earlier, there's something we're trying to work on registering. Now, make clear it is not a political party. Tafadhali. Me and KOT are not working on registering a political party. It is not a political party. Right now, we are very much focused on civic education. And what we want to put together is an organization that can help us continue with civic education and focus on civic education first. When we're able to do that, it's going to help us to set up some financial structures where we can be able to raise. We have different discussions we're having, from whether it is bank account numbers, pay bill, or even incorporating an mchanga element of some sort into it. So just to be very clear and very pragmatic about what it is that we're going to do. So please just keep that in mind. Look out for whatever information that KOT can be able to share, and we'll be sharing as the weeks go by. But for where we are right now, if you'd like to support us in what is going to happen next week, actually this week, sorry, please reach out to KOT, and let's see how you can be of help. All right. Thank you very much, ex-conformist, for reaching out. If someone did catch your question, I'm seeing Dennis's hand up, so I'm hoping maybe he caught one of your questions. He might tackle it, and if not, we'll see if anybody else can be able to go to it as well. Dennis, talk to us.
Thank you. Just to add on what you've said, and at this point, we should, since people are willing to support this cause, it is my opinion that we should now go the whole 9 yards. Let us not go lightly, because it is not something that will be very frequent. You won't going, we have 47 counties. If we were to do this in every county, those are 47 events, 47 days. If we were to do it weekly, those are 47 weeks. So since you won't be doing it very frequently, make sure that when you do it, it is very well broadcasted. Nowadays, at county level and mashinani level, we have people with local YouTube TV channels. We have local, what do we call them? Guys, for media, we have local media stations who usually have reporters, and they have people who gather news, and they, make sure that you also collaborate with them, because these are the people who are in these local spaces. They know their WhatsApp groups. They will share your information. And whenever you're going to do these town halls, then make sure you cover it on YouTube Live, make sure you host it on a space. Make sure you, if you're able to indulge other local medias and radio station, make sure they come on board. If you're willing to partner with the media, hata ikuje kwa TV live, why not? This voice has to be heard. There's no point of doing civic education and doing it lightly when people are willing to support the cause financially. If they're willing to support, as long as you're accountable, let us go the whole 9 yards. You need a proper marketing team, because this is a product. This is how politicians take their political parties seriously. Sinyi wana time ya campaign, 3 months to campaign, you see some high level marketing yenye hata corporate hawafikangi. This is exactly how we should do it as well. Like someone said, we are going to copy what politicians do. We are going to use their language, because that is the language that Kenyans understand. We go the whole 9 yards, tutamaliza hii kitu vizuri. Thank you.
Hey, Dennis. Dennis, you're becoming too close of a friend. KOT is here, KOT can tell you. KOT ni mara ngapi nilikuambia hii kitu, this is a product. Do you remember me telling you this is a brand and this is a product? You have to think about it from that perspective, as in, you know, being in branding and being in marketing imefanya ni realize kila kitu kwa life yetu unakuwa ukisell, even your own life, even in your career. It is how you package that product, how you communicate it, who you're reaching out to, who it is that you want to speak to at any given time, fashioning the message for them, going the whole 9 yards, understanding there is a 360-degree perspective of it. And you know, a lot of times for some of the people who've wanted to go out on this kind of movement and program and whatever, one of the challenges they've had is not to be able to articulate themselves very clearly to people who can buy and see their dream. Let me tell you, Kyoti, I am not a person who's ever believed that you need to have millions in your account for you to sell your dream. No, you actually just need to be able to sell your dream clearly to somebody. The shilling, the 1,000, the 10,000, the million that you're looking for is in the pockets of so many people out there, that if you are able to package the thing and take it to them, those are the guys who are holding the resources you're looking for. And if you're able to put it in a proper way, you find yourself having an easier time. Those are the people who live and stand when some funny people stand up and say, hey, akina DK na akina Peoteta labda wakoko wakinunua tumpia na pesa yetu. Those are the same people that will stand and say, you want to see clearly what these people are doing, here is where they're doing it. And guess what? We are actually a part of that trend, because they've been able to come and sell it. Dennis, you're going to make me listen to this space again and again tomorrow, because I want to borrow to a few things we've spoken about here. But it's going to be very key for us to go the whole 9 yards. 47 counties means a lot of work. It means may believe in a lot of pre-planning. So it means very soon I need to start making sure that KOT and I are working on thinking in 2 months' time, we are supposed to go to a certain town. We've already started discussing with certain people there, muscling together, whether it is people on social media space, influencer we may know, individuals and wananchis who are there. Maybe one of us even did a recce visit. When I'm doing marketing for an event, I have to do a recce visit and go see where in God's name am I going to and taking this message to. And then we are able to fashion up something that goes somewhere very clear. I have had such an amazing last, I think, 2 hours talking to each one of you who's shared different lines of thought on what we can do. For me, this has been, for anyone who's listened to me anywhere else, you know that I'm a part of a different podcast family. But my job here with KOT has not been on the basis of affiliation to any particular brand or any particular person. It has been a lot about I met a young man like me who is very passionate about making changes in his country and who have been able to see his dream. And I reached out to and I shared with him what I have as a dream, and he bought in it as well. And so when you see me sit with KOT in some of this, separate from whatever else that I do, is because KOT and I right now we share a very clear vision, and a few other friends we've made. We share a very clear vision and a very clear dream that whatever change we want to make, whether that change is going to happen tomorrow, next month, next year, and though a lot of people don't want to hear us say 2027, wherever and whenever that change will happen, I believe it will happen by first equipping every one of our people and the most of them that we can with that information that has been mostly set away from them by the political elite. So thank you very much for being with us. For anyone who hasn't followed me, please follow us. If, like I mentioned before, if you have anything that you would like to share with us that you can be able to support us with, please tell us your name, tell us your county you're coming from, tell us what it is you can bring on the table, tell us who are some of the people that you know locally, a YouTube channel runner, local news channel, a local influencer, a WhatsApp group leader, a community leader, someone that you know that you can connect us to, that you believe that can be able to help us move forward. Please share with us that information. We're still going on. We're not closing. I'm just going to excuse myself for a little bit. I'm going to allow KOT run the mic for a little bit, moving forward. But thank you so much for everybody who's talked to us, and I'm looking forward to talking to you more. All right, have a very good night. Please stay safe, please take care, and let us focus on the change that we want to see ahead. KOT, you there?
Yeah, sure, I'm here, bro.
Wacha nikupatia mic kidogo baba.
Okay, sawa. So thank you so much, Gift, of course, for being with us here for the last 2 hours. And so guys, I think we can just proceed with the discussion for at least 1.5 hours, and then we can wind up our business of the day or the night, depending with where the time zone where you are spacing from. So let us have Mugambi as I try to bring others on the speakers panel. Mugambi, I can see your hand is up.
Hello? Mugabe speaking.
Yes.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, guys, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this moment to thank God, first of all, for availing this opportunity for us to deliberate over issues that are quite crucial towards liberating our country, in fact, which has been taken away by the devil. Personally, I am Mugambi Edward, in fact, from Meru County. And I'm happy because of the progress that we're making. To point some issues here and there is to talk about our consistency, our steadfastness in ensuring that the pattern of this space by which we are sharing is consistent in such a way that we work as a team. We know each other. Most probably, we have our contacts shared so that it cannot bring the issue that the people we talk with here today, tomorrow, we are in another different group. And the day after tomorrow, we are meeting some other strangers. Let us plan our movement in such a way that we will continue ending friends as those who exist, know each other, and plan things that are doable. Again, putting God first in all this, we are going to achieve. My greatest also opinion is that we partially meet virtually, and the meeting virtually here should be to talk, to strategize, and then we go to the ground. We will not achieve anything if we are always vocal in the social media without necessarily having to extend our discussions to practical application in the ground, in the various regions we come from, in the various counties we come from, in the various constituencies we come from, in the various ones that we come from. Let us connect with the people down there and know the particular issues and letting down by the government that we need to address concerning a particular region, because that is where these MPs come from. This is where these senators come from who are betraying us, so that we can build a political ground that is in touch with the Mwananchi, that is in touch with the particular problems that are affecting people down where they come from. For example, as a resident of Wigembe North of Meru County, in fact, we have grown up with issues of cattle rustling, banditry, and such. But of late, since this government was sworn into office, it has escalated to some levels that you cannot even imagine. We have lost over 10,000 hours of cattle. We have lost many lives. Families have been left without breadwinners. Others have been disabled by gunshots. They have sold their land for medication. Having come from this region that is affected by these problems, and I'm not per se egocentric or rather self-centered addressing issues that affect me. I'm just giving an example of issues that affect people from different regions. Far from the coast, we have another issue. From western, we have another. From central, we have another mainstream of a problem. Therefore, since our leaders are silent and they are not even gentle. In fact, I get impotent when you hear people talking about being our regional spokesperson, when in his answers the CS for internal security, in fact, that is when we have suffered all this and it comes from this region. He qualifies not to be anything less than, I don't know, even an MC is better than him. What is it that I want to address? For example, if we connect, support, and strategize together, we can clearly petition this government against the loss of lives, the loss of property. For the constitution is very clear that it is the responsibility of the government to protect rights to property and lives. And that is why we don't own firearms anyhow. Otherwise, you will face prosecution and the penalty will be severe in case you are caught. But someone who has decided to disobey the government, or rather, who the government is using to terrorize others, they are illegally possessing weapons, killing others with them, abductions, for example. We don't need to just look for any other evidence to ask the government where has person A went, who has killed ABCD, what happened to this person. It is the responsibility of the government to know where are these people. If it is not the one that asked them, if it is not the one that is supervising cattle wrestling, then they are responsible as the constitution tasks the government with the responsibility of right to protection of property and life. Personally, if you support me, guys, I have a very thorough plan that can prosecute this government through a petition that will be compensated for our cows that have been lost and the families that have been left vulnerable to poverty without love, they be compensated. In fact, they even go ahead and give us some 200,000 to marry people who have been shot in cattle race. They do it. That one provides an evidence. In fact, they give this token because they know we are foolish enough to think that we have been helped when we could be having millions of money channeled to these families as compensations, as a way of taking care of their daily needs, when all these chaos has happened in the hands of a road government. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us embrace our responsibilities. We cannot wait for another generation to be born and then face this ruthless, evil expedience of a government that is failing. It will be a curse on us. The knowledge that God has given us, all the schooling, all the energy and the power, and even these open connections via social media that we can openly deliberate with the people who are abroad, who are in the various parts of the country. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, let us come down to action. Let us talk less in social media. Let us sparingly go virtue with an intention of connection, and then we trigger our efforts to the ground. That way, we will be felt. That way, we will get political relevance, which is very, very important, so that we can secure our country and most probably take these positions. If you have seen what the parliament has done, cooperating with the president eh, who is a parasite, who is a murderer, who is whatever he is, they just line up behind him. Some tokens are given to them. They vote a very good motion like the finance bill, like the impeachment bills. Lies in presence of media and the world is watching us. My friends, my brothers and sisters, my fathers, my mothers, we will be in a global problem and we will be isolated as a country of liars. When the media shows what is happening in the Senate, in the parliament, in our courts, it will be very hard for us to get the credibility and the integrity to secure even a job abroad from another country. Eh? In fact, Raila's case for the position of being the EU leader, definitely, if I'm a member of those voters, I cannot vote for him. He has supported Adan. He is behind the lies in parliament. He's behind the lies supporting a president in the Senate, in the courts. All the trust is very important. Consistency is another, and knowing God is another point that can take us to higher levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us collaborate. If you feel that we should deliberate more, you can take my number 0723 567 665. Let us come together. We have it all. We have God. We have knowledge. We can pull up the little we have in order to come together. So kindly, if you feel that you are a lawyer here, in any way you can support, can you join me as we petition this government for our people's sake? You have lost thousands of cattle, almost 100 number of lives. People are not sick, short, dead. Can someone please deliberate on how we can initiate this action? Why? It will open the government to accountability. It will open the government to be responsible, and they will not just relax knowing that we are dealing with the fools who cannot even know the right procedure to represent themselves so that they can be earned. It is another clever way. It is another informed way of demonstrating using its varied means. Demonstrations are good on the street, but they can be done in various of ways that cannot be done all the time by the government. The last point on the last one is let us shun away from fear. The moment you fear, it means you are fairly swaying. It means you are doing something wrong. Let us not fear. Though we must be cautious, we must be careful, but let us not fear when we are confronting oppression, impunity, brutality, lies, and all these kind of evils that our society is facing today. Thank you very much. God bless you. I'm here to listen or to respond to any other question that is raised by any other. Thank you for the opportunity, guys.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you so much, Mugambi. And of course, I do agree with you that we need to talk less and act more. Yeah. And so, by doing what exactly we are doing this civic education, it means we are acting more than we are talking, because you guys, you've seen that currently we are not having so many spaces as we used to have, though they are so much important. But we thought like it's so wise to go to the ground and try to educate people. So guys, personally, I had a plan, and this civic education, honestly, I started this civic education long time ago, even before we went to the streets for the protests. So those guys who have my Facebook account, you can see that every now and then I've been trying to ensure that I talk to mainly
Yeah, follow me
the
in
young
Facebook. Not the same.
the people that like. So I saw it very wise that we do this civic education across the country. And this is the plan that I had. One was to educate our people in the counties from different constituencies. And then these people, they can now take up from where we've left, whereby they can go deep down to the villages and also educate other people and enlighten them what is really happening in our country and what change we really need to see. And so my target, when I met with a few friends, I told them that I have a target of at least visiting 3 counties per week. Yeah, it means that we are going to use at least 15 weeks to ensure that we've covered all 47 counties if we were to appear there physically, which translates to how many months? A month has 4 weeks. And so if you are going to have 15 weeks to cover all 47 counties, it means we need 3 and 2/3 weeks to ensure that we've covered. So the target was by mid-January this year, by mid-January or the 3rd week of January, next year, I mean 2025, to ensure that we've covered all the counties. And by doing that, if per county we are going to meet, like now in Mombasa, we are going to have 3 town halls in Mombasa. That is Mvita, Mvita constituency, Jomvu constituency, and Inyali constituency. So in Nyali will cover Kisauni constituency. Then Jomvu constituency will cover people from kunaitwangaje huko kunaitwangaje huko mahali kuna SGR, mali SGR train inafika. And then people in Mvita, we can accommodate other guys from Likoni and Chuda and those many areas. So the target was we at least educate 200 people from each constituency. And these 200 people will now go down to their constituency level to ensure that they're educating people in the ward level, at the village level. But now, every now and then, when we come back from this civic education, we ensure we are having contact persons, at least 4 or 5 in every constituency or in every ward. And then we are going to come up with a group, probably on Telegram or even on WhatsApp, to ensure that we bring people to educate them more so that they can pass the message down to other people. And so that's what I've been planning since we started this civic education. But then we found it very prudent to have the civic education in town halls. That's when we can see the people we are talking to, how many people have we spoken to, how many people have like they're buying our ideas, and how are they going to ensure that they go down to the ward level and village level to educate them. And so I've always told you that there is nobody who sponsored. I mean, there is no organization that sponsors this one. Yeah, it's from you people. And so far as we speak, we've already secured the halls in Mombasa. Yeah, the 3 halls in Mombasa. I can confirm that one of you guys from this platform already reached out to me earlier before even the space, and we have secured those 3 town halls, which were at 15,000, 5,000 each. So we are remaining with a town hall in kunaitwaje, in Voi, that is Taita Taveta, and also some refreshment, because those guys, whenever they are coming, you cannot just keep people in a hall for more than 3 hours without them getting some water. Yeah, you guys, I hope you understand that. So that's the plan. And the plan is to have as many people as possible who are willing to go out there to offer this civic education, because there is nobody who pays you. There is nobody who pays us, but we're doing it willingly from the bottom of our heart, and for the love we have for this country, to ensure that what we have been crying for, good governance, accountability, and transparency, we've already met the demands. So let's hope by January, mid-January, God willing, would have come to your county. So whenever you feel like you are a good mobilizer in your county, because we really don't know people in all these counties, but we've been trying to get at least 1, 2 wale wako na chama za kina mama na vijana, to ensure that we use them to do mobilization for us, and at times to book those venues for us. And so if you come from a county that we've not visited so far, we have only gone to Bungoma and Meru, meaning we are having other 45 counties, less 2 counties, less, not 2, 3, because we are going to Mombasa, Taita, and then we'll ensure that we touch in Kilifi and Kwale, but it will not be town hall in those 2 counties, just to see how we can plan for the day to go back there in those 2 counties. Then after that, we'll come back. By next week, we liaise to one of the friends, Dennis, here, to ensure that we can see Nakuru, how things are operating there, and any other county that we would have chosen. But thank you guys for whatever you're doing, because it's really, really great that some of you have been showing up for support. And honestly, from where I stand, I feel like we'll need to have something like we register a Civic Education Foundation. It's not a political thing. It's a Civic Education Foundation for the people. And then this foundation will be funded by you people. And so we'll have those structures whereby when you guys are funding these activities, each and every coin must be accounted for. Yeah, it must be accounted for. Kama town hall tumei rent na 5,000 ama 10,000 ama hata 20,000, then we have to put it clearly in public that this is what we used for this day. Every cent should be accounted for, because I know how money and such things bring conflicts here and there because of the interest. Yeah, and so we need to get professions in the in the financial sector, those who can do that for us. And then after that, we also need people who can do project management. These things are projects, and the event management, whereby si tunasema we want to go to Kilifi, or we want to go to Tana River. What do we need to do? We need a person to set up the place. We need a person to do mobilization. We need a person to to do us a budget. Yeah, how much are we going to use for this activity? And so that's my dream every now and then when I do these things. So do we have any person who wants to say something before probably proceed?
KOT,
Yes, Dennis.
thank you for your remarks. Maybe just to understand you, you've said, for example, you mentioned some numbers, figure of 200 people, and these are, I didn't understand who exactly those are. Are those the physical people who will be attending the town hall meetings physically? Or because, I mean, our goal should be, whenever we have any town hall, is to reach as many people of that county or constituency, for example, as possible. So that means you will need to have a budget also for social media, because you have to record the clips, whether they are video or audio, and you have to share. These things have to be played in the local FM stations. And if you have to pay for it, let's have a budget for it, because that is the only way we'll have and can measure effectiveness of civic education mashinani. The result of this civic education mashinani is how people vote in 2027. It is as clear as black and white. So, and we have to succeed because lazima zakayo yashuke. Na tukisema zakayo tunamaanisha the whole, we are draining the whole swamp. So I think we just need to have a proper budget for us to even market these events properly so that ifikie kila mtu. If need be, partner and collaborate with local celebrities or social media influencers or content creators, have them on board even earlier to just talk about it, to invite people to come, you know, have them there during the event. And this is what this is what I'm imagining I will do if I was to do it in Nakuru, because I'm already collaborating with some social media influencers. For example, we have Willie Oeba. He's a spoken word artist. He's from Nakuru County, and he's part of our think tank. And we have two other influencers. I don't want to mention them here because I'm not sure I have their permission. But yes, let us even collaborate with the local influencers. This is the only way we are going to have credibility kwa ground. Ndio wase watu feel. Otherwise, it will just be a movement of a very small group of people from one county to another in the name of civic education, and that is not our goal. I think that is my opinion, and I land. Thank you.
Dennis, let me say something before KOT comes and confirms to you about the number he was talking about. There's something you've talked about with regards to marketing and expanding it, and expanding this and taking it to a whole different place. As KOT has mentioned about the plan of what is being done on the back end, trying to come up with an organization, a civic education organization, and all that, and all these things we're talking about, a system and structure. Personally, I myself as DK Gift, by virtue of my career, one of the main things that I am actually working on here is number one, a very clear, and I'll call it proposal for now, because each one of you are the stakeholders that we have to come to and sell our strategy to. The same way, if I was hired by a company today and they've asked me to market for them their brand, I need to go back to them with a proposal of how I intend to do that on the different channels. So personally, what I'm working on currently is a very clear proposal that looks into actually digital marketing specifically, how to leverage on clear content creation / content marketing that is relevant and appropriate content that is being created at relevant times in relevant spaces to be put out on social. A clear social ad marketing strategy that clearly shows the content that you're creating. How are you positioning it to the right kind of target audience by using anyone here who knows anything about the ads? Then ads allow you to be able to do geo-led targeting, where I can be able to say this particular ad, I want it to be seen in Nakuru, and I can be as specific as go to Shabab Town, Rongai, or some places that I know of that are in Nakuru, and be very specific that I want it to be seen by young ladies, etc., etc. So we are working on that as a proposal, as well. Within the same proposal, we're also working on how we are going to intend to now leverage off of collaborations for influencer marketing. This is where we are going to now put together a very clear secondary proposal that is now not meant for you, the public, but rather instead is meant for different various content creators, both major league and also micro league, because it is about balancing all of them, reaching out to as many as we can, selling the clear dream of what it is that we are trying to achieve, and to see those of them who will be willing to jump onto this wagon, because what we will be doing on our end will be very national. So thank God for us, at least there's myself and two other guys that we're with who have both the aspects of, I have clear aspects of digital marketing, communication, social media management, and then I have at least 2-3 people to help me in making sure that the content has been created, whether it is in terms of graphics or in terms of video or in terms of image. All right. So what I'll tell you then is that we are doing, and this one I am so passionate about. KOT hata kama atakuambia nimemrudia hii kitu so many times, nilimshow tunatengeneza pitch proper. Mi hata najaribu kufigure out venye nita host a sort of a meeting with you guys that I can be able to visually show you and take you through a write-up that we'll have prepared for you that shows you this is what we want to do, this is what we want to achieve, this is the kind of budget that we're looking at. If we want to spend 10,000 shillings, for example, on ads, the 10,000, how will it be spent? Which are the social platforms that we know can reach a larger number of people? For example, TikTok is amazing, but you need not spend a lot in as far as any ad spend of ad itself is concerned on TikTok. However, Facebook has actually a large 100 shillings, 500 shillings. On Facebook, you have a larger market of people to reach through paid ads there. But on TikTok, if I'm able to find collaborators, then the collaborators are able to give me organic reach. So it's about balancing all of it, because we cannot reach across all the platforms from an organic basis. There has to be a paid basis, there has to be an organic basis, and I have to be able to come and tell you, Dennis, or tell you, African, or Ricky, or whoever is listening, whoever is going to be willing to give us that money. Like last month, we spent 15,000 on ads. In those 15,000, this is what we've pushed. We've pushed out X amount of posts. These are the X amount of people we've been able to reach. This is the X amount of engagement we've been able to get back. So it is a very, very clear brand that you guys will know where the social platforms are, how you can follow those pages, how you can see and monitor what it is we're doing. And when we come back and talk to you here with KOT, you know you're seeing the same thing. You can ask the questions, you can share some opinions. So that's what I'm working on by basis of my expertise. And then KOT now focuses on being the guy he's right there, he's making sure all of this plan. And for those of us who can join him, we definitely do join him, but he's there spearheading it at the front. And in between is where now I look for someone like Good Boy to come on board if he's willing and help me in making sure our project management is proper. And then I have nothing is normally a soundboard. Nothing is one of those people who normally hears us saying some things and nothing will come to my DM and tell me gift hapana, this one no, this one here, this one yes. So each one of us is taking different roles, and I know for a fact by the time we're hitting another 260 days, 90 to be max, we're going to have a very clear structures of where it is and what it is we're going to. So sorry, KOT, I came in between. I wanted to kind of empower that answer as far as digital marketing is concerned.
Okay, thank you so much, Gift. Actually, you've answered Dennis what I wanted to touch on and mention to him. So I've got his number and numbers of a few who are so willing to come on board so that we can move together. I honestly want us to move together as a team, because I don't want to personalize what we are coming up with. Yeah, and so we want each and every person who is willing to collaborate with me, Gift, and any other person to come and reclaim this initiative, because I want this initiative to be for the people and by the people themselves. So let us have nothing, KE.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to chime in on something. First, I want to encourage Dennis to go ahead with all the plans he has for an. However, I would want to discourage you about walking the journey with influencers, simply because we have seen what such people can do, and they understand their brand in terms of money. So we cannot overly blame them. I would rather you walk with genuine people like KOT, Kina DK, Kina data analyst, Willie Oeba. Willie is a real one. These are people who, like you saw when KOT was being accused, people turned up in their number to defend him because we have known him for a bit. So just think about it. You're the influencer that Nakuru needs. These are the influencer that Nakuru needs. People whose heart and mind are in the movement, as opposed to someone who wants the movement to rotate around them. That can be very damaging because assume they get bought out, and many of influencers will be bought out. Where do you go next? The good work you have put in for a long time will fizzle out. I would rather you just put your heart in it and run with it, and before long you'll be amazed how many people will identify with the message you're carrying. And yeah, I mean, KOT started. He's done Bungoma. He was in Meru. This is a strange county apart from home, Bungoma. And we saw people who, I remember I co-hosted that space for Bungoma. And there was this lady who had been in the space the day before. I think she called herself Hon Mwangale. And she didn't sound quite sure about her journey. She wants to be a woman rep in her county. But the very next day, when they were in Bungoma, I was listening in and I was listening to a leader. She became a dynamite overnight, and all we did was encourage her. And she was trying to hold her community to account. Part of the conversation was in their local dialect. It was such a beautiful thing to listen to, even though we were not understanding. But when she would break into English, and she took authority in what she was saying, and it became such a beautiful town hall. And they had both the young and the old. The old were using a disappointed humor to highlight the issues that were affecting them. And for that reason, I would want to encourage you, just believe in yourself. We are rallying behind you. We are cheering you to the very end. You are the voice, you're the brain that Nakuru needs. So encourage other people to come out and believe in themselves. Don't go with influencers. For them, it's business. People like QT have proven, Kennedy have proven it's not about money. It's about how do we salvage our country. I just hope you can embrace that. Thank you.
Yeah, nothing. I get you, totally get you, and I understand you. And yes, of course, there's a number of people that can be there out there for business. But also, I'd like to admonish you one thing. Number one, it will be wrong for us to circle all of them to be that they are out for business. I can personally tell you it is not every one of them that is out for business. There is a number, whether they're big time influencer or the small time influencers. I can even speak and tell you without mentioning any names here of several of them that I have already personally reached out to who share very clearly in the vision they have no, and some of these people, it's not that I know them for a second. I've some of those that have reached out are people that I've known a minute. Some have even become friends. And these people are people who are willing, whether big, whether small, are willing to actually use their voice because they also they bear the same vision as we do, which is to see a better tomorrow. The other thing about using of influencers is that it is also not because you do not believe in your own voice or the power of your own voice, but it's actually about leveraging an even wider reach of persons than KOT can reach or I can reach. KOT has a network, is growing, and we are continuously growing it. He has 62,000 followers. We have over 200, 300, 400, 500,000 people to reach in different places. If you're able to expand your reach along with other people, then you get to a stronger place. Remember, some of the influences we're talking about here is actually not even on a national basis, it's on a very particular constituency or county level basis. Good example, I'll give you nothing. Mi sidai ogopa kuficha watu. I live in a small town called Thika. All of you know Thika, 237. We call it Pineapple Land. And here in Thika, I know two people I can tell you right now that none of you, unless you live in Thika and have lived in Thika for the past 20 years, there are two people here in Thika that are influencers here in Thika. One of them is a young man who's a DJ. He's my age, exactly my age. I've grown up with him in the same estates. We played together and all things. He's a DJ. I ended up as a designer. If I give him a message to put for me today, targeting people in the Thika, anytime I've ever wanted to do even a thing here in Thika, this friend of mine will reach, literally speaking, will reach even as close as 10, 15,000 people within 24 hours, within 36 hours, better than I would. And he has not used a single paid ad. He has grown himself over 15 years and has become so influential here that every single person in Thika, whenever they're doing anything here within Thika, I don't want to say his name, but they always look for him. The other guy I'm mentioning is that the other person that I'm mentioning is a lady. Now she's even grown a bit larger, even to a national basis. But beyond her national basis, here in Thika, if I stand up and I show her that she's working with me in a certain thing, I will automatically have a voice of people listening to us. So the influencer marketing is not about not believing in your voice. It's about expanding my voice, because there's only so far that Keoti's voice and my voice will be able to reach. But if I am able to reach, and please remember nothing, we are going to be very pragmatic. Hapa sikimbii kwako tu sababu wewe ni so and so na unajulikanaga na uko na million followers. I don't really care about the number of followers you have. I care about one, the impact, the very clear impact, positive impact that you can have and that you have on your followers. Number two, do you genuinely and organically buy into what, not our dream, into a dream of a better Kenya? Or I have not pushed you, it is you. Do you buy in it or not? As simple as that. And believe you me, we will save. And I've told you this before nothing. Tutasave watu hapa katikati. Hapa in between tukifanyaga kazi. Before tuende sana, hata tukiona KOT hapa kuna times tumetafutana na watu fulani hapa tukitaka kufanya kazi. Tukisonga kidogo tunaongelesha KOT, naambia naye buda huyu hata wewe unaona hiwezi. Si unaona hata hiwezi yenyewe hiwezi. Unaenda tu tukisonga tunatema tu watu katikati. Very professionally, but we are moving forward, because in between we will definitely meet with different characters. So be open-minded to influencer marketing. Be open-minded to what it can do for us. Of course, we're going to be very, very agile to make sure that people don't turn it into a business, but people also understand what it is we're going to be able to do. Kioti, tuko na watu watatu wameinua mkono. Wacha ni kuwalau waingisha kwa mic and then we proceed. Good to see you, Kowino, Resasi, and everyone else who's come on.
Can I respond on that issue just very quickly, please?
Okay, in
Sure,
a
Dennis.
minute, kindly.
Okay. Thank you. What I meant is not that we use them as the way other corporates are using them for personal or business growth. I meant we have so many influencers, but there are so many who believe in this cause, and they have been doing civic education in their own way, in their own languages. And these are the people who we can easily collaborate with whenever we go down mashinani, because they all come from a village somewhere. Kila mtu ako na home, kila mtu ako na ushago. So, and that's what my point was just to Sonko. as a piece of advice, we should not hurry this up, because let us do it properly so that the execution is brilliantly done, so that the reach is maximized. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dennis. And I do agree on that we can do it systematically and professionally to ensure that we meet our expectations. So let me give it to ex confisitaire. Hii jamaa ya France, sijui shida ni wapi. Utanisaidia kupronounce hiyo jina.
Ex-conformist, like a non-conformer. So, hello.
Yes, you can hear you. Just proceed.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make a quick note to what Notin said in regards the influencers and such. Yes. I think we have to be very, very wary of people who are coming across to help, but insidious. But this is war. Like, apart from we calling it civil education, there are reasons to that. We're actually trying to make a political change. So let's not forget that. So there are certain things that we are not capable to do. You understand? So there have to be such delegations and such outsourcing from different areas across the spectrum of what we need to do. So in regards to those kind of influencers, I don't think it is nice to call them on to work for us pre bono. So far, this is what you do to earn your money. We must pay, although we might pay lower than that, but it has to be on the record that it's been paid for. That service has been paid for. So people don't come up with such a entitled mentality or come up with devious means to infiltrate. We don't have a system to know who is who. But I can always say, if you're on the truth will save you, and time shall tell. So along the journey, whoever will start giving out signs and reasons to think otherwise. So we should not even be bothered about them, but we should just follow certain principles that guide against such leeches, puppets, and coverts.
X, are you done? Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So hope you guys have heard him clearly. And so we're remaining with 9 minutes to 11 East African time. So this space will end at probably 11:30 or 11:45. So let's have Rick listen. He's been here for some few minutes, but he hasn't had that chance to speak. Rick?
Thank you. The Christian Bible says that my people get perished because of lack of knowledge, and I want to support about civic in mashinani. The only thing, let us say the truth of the matter is that the only thing that we can enable us to do that, it is through financials, all to have money so that we can have that civic education go through mashinani. And it is only as the people who understand what is going on that we can provide for that one. The only thing that we need, everybody needs is proper channel of whatever we do in terms of finances are concerned. The other day I heard somebody saying that let us support somewhere else, let us support and don't mind about how it is being. Let us support and actually believe, all trust that person, it is going to be utilized in a proper way. Anyway, we can do that, but in everything there is accountability. And when we bring accountability everywhere and we bring proper channel, then we can do. and we can provide for that one. And for we can provide through this thing without money. That is the bitter truth. And if we have support of finance from ourselves, from ourselves, we will go back to those people. We are to those bad leaders to beg them so that they can support us. At the end of the day, we will end up doing the thing. We will end up submitting to them at the bracket. And then this issue of sellout will come again, will come out. You will hear that KOT has become a sellout or whatever. But when we support the movement with everything, equipped with everything, I'm a Christian and I read about the Bible. I hear about the story of Nehemiah when he was building that wall. They were providing for themselves, doing everything, security and everything they were doing for themselves. So let us have a proper channel of having finance so that we can put this issue through, so that we can succeed in this civic machination. For instance, if we say that when we want to take civic education to machination, for instance, if we go to a county like Machakos, where I come from, we say that we pick people from different county constituencies so that we can teach them how to reach others. We will need money to do that one, and the money will come from ourselves. No, but nowhere else we will get that support unless we organize ourselves and provide for that one. And at the end, we will penetrate to those machinani and make the people of those vernacular languages so that they can reach them in their local language and their local events like mazishi and the other things, so that they can reach them and teach them, because that is the only way when we will succeed. And at the end of the event, when we will complete this one, we know that the solution it will be to have leaders. When we will have that group, or when we will be organized to provide for that financial, we will be able to support our people to go for those political leaderships, and then we'll get the solution of the issue that we have in this country. I thank you and I submit. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rick Lison. And so personally, I want to respond to you that so far so good. I and the team that I'm working with, I can see even Davis is here. We are using any resource available. Yeah. Hatujafika hapo mahali pa we need to have vehicles, we need to have this and this. No, we only using any resource that is available. For instance, now we are going to Mombasa or the coast region, and I told you guys that we need this and this, whereby I told you we need to secure the halls, that's for town hall. And even before I told you this, I had already reached out to the owners of these facilities and we bargain with them. And I was so amazed that they agreed to take as little as 5,000 per hall. Yeah, you can imagine Mombasa is a town, is a big town, is a city. How much can it cost to secure a single hall for a town hall event? It's a lot. But because we know a few friends of us from these counties, we try to ensure that we negotiate and tell them exactly what we want to do. And even at some point, I'm sure we'll be getting these spaces for free. So far, so good. We are using any available resource. So like we are traveling to Mombasa. We don't have to hire vehicles here and there, but we can use public means like SGR and even those big buses that comes from Nairobi to Mombasa. We go there. Then when we are in Mombasa, that's when we can even hire a small car to ensure that we move around. That one, it saves us the resources that you guys are talking about. But with the time, of course, we know we are going to improve and ensure that we are coming up with a budget. And even before coming up with a budget, coming up with a team that can always coordinate and bring up the ideas on how we are going to tackle this civic education matters when we're approaching these town halls. So I think so far so good. We are using all the available resources, and so as I told you, we've already secured the 3 halls from one of our good friends on this platform. Yeah. And so the only thing we are remaining with is a hall in Taita Taveta, of which I haven't received exact communication on how much they are going to charge us for that event. But then remember, we have the people who are going to come for those civic education teachings here in Mombasa and Taita. We cannot have people sitting in a town hall for more than 3 hours alafu wamekaa tu hapo, and that's where now something like we need to facilitate them with water and those drinks, you guys know. I think that's enough for us. Hatutaki vitu nyingi sana, budget kubwa inakuja inatumaliza bana. Yeah, within some few weeks unapata like you want to use millions of money, and currently we can't afford that. So let us just use the available resources. And so with those few remarks, I know we have a few guys who might want to support us with little they have for water and whatever. And honestly, guys, as I've been doing after every town hall, after every successful town hall, I'll always come on this platform to highlight how much you received. And if there is that need for even bringing the receipts here and there to ensure that we account for every cent, then we are going to do that. But wale mko Mombasa, the coast region, expect us tomorrow in the evening, because we want to do the town hall in Taita Taveta on Wednesday, and so we need to be there by tomorrow evening. So on Wednesday Taita Taveta, Thursday and Friday Mombasa. Yeah, that's our plans. Na tunajua hamuta to attack because we mean good for you people. We're not coming there to do politics. We don't do politics. We're only coming there to educate you on what is really happening. We want to educate you on matters the constitution, good governance. We want to educate you on the bills that we currently have in our parliament, and apart from that, to ensure that we encourage you to have national IDs and the voting cards. And above all, we want to end corruption and tribalism in our country. That's the basis of this civic education mashinani. I can see my good friend Koino is here. Hii kitu tulianza kitambo. Koino, I've sent you the mic. I know you have something to say. You should come up here on the speakers panel to also contribute on this matter. Otherwise, guys, I'll share with you my contact, but I really don't like the contact. Mambo ya kutumia M-Pesa. So by probably next week, we might be having a pay bill from the foundation that would have registered. And so, as I told you, we'll get a finance person, 1 or 2, who can always account for those cents that you guys sent, because hata kama umetuma 100, it's enough to be accounted for, and that's what I believe. So Koino, kindly kuja huku juu, but before that let me have Sankale. I'll share with you guys my contact there. Wenye mnataka kuweka maji, we'll do that. You expect for accountability after that. I think it will be on Friday or Saturday after we are done with the civic town hall in the counties. So Sankale.
Yes, Mr. Kiuti. How are you, sir?
I'm good, unless you.
Me, I'm also good. Good job. Utatutumia hiyo number at least to support the movement. It's a good one. So before nianze na story ya civic education, I think history ya Rigiji inatu divide sana kama mayouth, because wherever I'm hearing kwa ground kuna some youth they are saying, oh, Gachagua amefanyiwa vibaya, Gachagua ni mtu wetu. Like the spirit we had ya ku chase away finance bill is the same spirit we should have even now. I think history yote ya Gachagua inatu disunite sana. So back to the topic of civic education. I'll start by, I'm a historian. 2005, when Kenya went for referendum, we voted for yes and no won. You could see that people voted for no, but they never read about your referendum. It was about what? But since people were tired with Mwai Kibaki, they voted with a lot of bitterness to prove to him that we will not elect you 2007 because Kibaki had taxed people so much, gharama ya maisha ilikuwa imepanda na aliintroduce VAT and so many things despite giving people free primary education. So people lacked civic education. That's why they ended up voting badly. And then to introduce your constitution year 2010, most people were given the booklets. Some people didn't know even how to read. So, but the booklets were distributed to every town, every location. And that's what I realized when we go for election. Mtu atakwambia, I'm voting for an MCA mwenye atanijengea shule. I'm voting for an MCA mwenye atanijengea police station. Yet hajui functions za MCA ni gani. And hajui functions za MP ni gani. Hajui what's the work of a senator, what's the work for a women rep, what's the work for a governor, and even the president and deputy president. So I think we need to educate people. Even the youths, there's some kuna youths wengi sana, they don't know about their MCA kazi yake ni gani. They don't know. Hawajui function ya MP wake ni gani. So you will find that people are they really need this civic education. Let us educate people about our constitution sana sana. And a revolutionist. People need to get this educational revolutionist. I think the founder of this education revolutionist was Sankara, and he really used to educate people so that people will have that spirit of Pan-Africanism. And do you know why we have these bad leaders today? If you want to see leaders who are jokers, you will see voters who are not educated, because they vote for jokers because they don't know ni nani wanafaa wachague, you see. So I think before we criticize these leaders, come 2027, we really need to educate our people so that mtu akienda kuvotia mtu anajua, why am I voting for this person? Why am I even going to vote? Because ukiangalia wazazi wetu, they have been voting so that tukuwe na president, they have been voting so that tusikose MCA, they have been voting to tusikose MP, yet they don't understand why we vote. I think another thing disturb kwa akili, when we go teaching our people about civic education, we should tell them what we really need as a country. Vile pesa zetu zimekuwa zikikuliwa kwa ground na these leaders, tunaonesha like vitu hazifai kuran hivi, vitu zinafaa kuran hivi. Our rights, polisi akikushika, what are you supposed to do while umeshikwa na uko innocent? They need to know their rights. They need to know ufai ku cross this boundary, They really need to know who they are. We are Kenyans. To teach about, for example, how we came and settled down to different areas. Like, for example, tribalism inaletwa na our personalities. Our Masai, people think that Masais, we are sijui tuko nyuma or what not. wengine wana think Luos wako na starehe and what not. We think wengine wana think Kikuyus wako
Mugambi, kindly just mute your mic. Sankale, proceed please.
Ni kama tumepoteza Sankale.
You are saying Mugambi to speak, sir. Mugambi? Can I go ahead?
Mugambi, just a second. Sankale, are you there?
Gentlemen, I was here again. But as you greet men and women air out your plans and strategies and the way forward, still we get drilled by the point you are raising, and then we feel like, we can comment. Here, on the matter of civic education, which is quite essential, is as far as we are going to visit various places as planned, and drawing out the model as one of you said about civic education, I would rather also comment that this is a matter of ground. There is no one who has ever achieved high-ranking recognition that is requires the masses without being popular where the people live. Now, to save on time and money as much as an addition or two, as a backup, from the localities we come from, let us take advantage of social forums, women in groups, gatherings, welfare groups. For instance, in our area, we have so many of them in Meru County, where I come from. In fact, today in the evening, we met as a group, as we usually do when someone loses a relative, to plan for a friend's father's burial. And somebody came up with a very smart idea in that he said in the programs during these various funeral ceremonies, the program that are produced, we should not always be planning these occasions for politicians to come and dominate. Yes, they will talk. Let us have a space in the program for someone to talk about community affairs, progress, failures, leadership failures, all these things. So what I'm trying to emphasize here on, from whichever village you come from, please connect yourself to the ground. Take advantage of social gatherings, funeral gatherings, wedding ceremonies. All these have got a loophole for people to speak. See those who are organizing, appear in the program. You cannot be here and fail to influence your village. In fact, the charity should begin at home, where we will be listened. Now, in that case, where we have these politicians who are failing us coming to, these things are political. We will have the opportunity to put them to accountability, whether they like it or not. We will be asking our MP in these forums, because we agreed that from this particular occasion, we will be having a position for someone to talk about the community affairs, dissatisfaction with the leadership, betrayal, where we should be, unity, for example, uniting leaders for like these things I was telling you about the cattle rustling. We will be asking them, what have you done? Why are you supporting this government if at all it is supervising another community loot our property? Why are you voting in parliament to support views that are not right with the people after you have been given some tokens of money? Who will vote for you? We tell the people, kindly let us not embrace these kind of leaders. They must be vetted to come 2027 before we vote. We will. What I'm saying here, let us take the ground from where we are standing. Let us not be talkers at Nairobi, at Mombasa. If you are in Kenya, make some plans, some savings, travel to the upcountry, please. Talk to the people. That way, as we wait for this county constituency visit, still will be relevant in the ground. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mugambi. And so your advice and your sentiments are well taken. And nowadays I do like taking notes every now and then when someone speaks on this platform, so that when I'm alone, I do revise them properly to ensure that we are on the right track. And so, good boy, are you here? Good boy, are you ready to speak? Well, I've seen Mwakalu HCL. You are here, so you can take it up. Mwakalu, DK unanisikia ama najiongelesha hapa peke yangu?
Nakusikia.
Okay. So I think I was to give it to Mwakalu, but he can't hear me. He can hear me, but is unable to open up the mic. So can you try to call him up kindly?
Can I say something?
Yeah, Delo, just before you go, about the neno ma Mwakalu natusikia. Mwakalu, this is DK. Can you hear me? Mwakalu, HCL. Okay. I don't think he can hear me. I'm not sure he can. We'll see if we can have him request the mic again. Dennis, please go on.
Thank you. I just want to agree with Mugambi on a very crucial point he's mentioned. In as much as we are doing civic education, let us also remember to remind the clergy of their position and their place in this. Recently, you have seen that they have now started, for lack of a better word, wameanza kufungua macho. They have now realized that they made a blunder. And it is our place to remind them that they should indeed come out and call out for any kind of injustices that the people are going through. So, and they say charity begins at home. All of you here, everyone who is listening, is in our WhatsApp group somewhere. Please, this is the message you should be sharing in those WhatsApp groups, nothing else, because that is how now you're doing civic education at your own personal level, because this is for everyone. Let me tell you, don't assume that a specific group of people or certain people are supposed to do civic education. This one is for every one of you to play your own role in whatever way. So make sure you share this. If you have pastors and men of God in your WhatsApp groups, remind them. Tell them to Moasamea for the mistakes they did. And they should not repeat those mistakes again. Just like the way I apologized on behalf of the people of Nakuru County for our senator. And we promise we won't repeat that again. So please, let us continue passing the message, but charity begins at home. Civic education inaanza na wewe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dennis. So this civic education is a collective initiative and everybody should participate in it. Haimaanishi inafaa travel from a place to place to do civic education. You can do it at your place of work, you can do it in church, you can do it in school if you're a teacher, you can do it in a factory if you are a technician like me. So you can do this civic education anywhere. And so usiseme hii civic education ni ya kina mabonga peke yao. So just do what you can do, to ensure that you enlighten our people. And so I can see Lady Maureen Magaki is here. Maureen, jambo.
Ujambo KOT, mambo?
Niko poa sana, labda wewe?
Nashukuru pia, mjadala umenoga, iko sawa na tunahitaji sana kwa wakati huu. Kwa hiyo as you're speaking, nimefurahi sana kwamba mtakuwa huku kwetu Mombasani, na pengine nilikuwa nataka tu kusema issue ya sustainability. Umesema vizuri kwamba at time pengine you don't need to work from time to time, but again it's necessary when you're moving, kwa sababu pia kuna jambo ambalo nalitibua, na huku kwetu kuna kasumba nyingi tu sana, ambapo hata public participation unapata wengi kama hawaendi wasema hapo kuna wenyewe pengine washalipwa. Kwa hiyo again mambo na civic education, ukipata kwamba the kind of languages ambazo ziko katika policy documents, wengi naona magumu hayo, hatuwezi kuchambua. So doing it in the simplest way possible, na kuangalia pia sustainability measure in terms of nyinyi mtakuja mtaifanya, mtaenda je, kila mahali ambapo mwaenda mwacha nini ama mwacha nani ambapo pengine wamshika mkono kukuwa na yale maongezi ambazo mnaongea, hizi documents ambao pengine zimechambuliwa kwa rahisi ambao anaweza kuwa nazo, anaweza saidia. Je, ni makundi ambao pengine mmeungana nao katika kila maeneo ambao mwaenda, ila kwamba mkitoka ni mkurudi zenu wanaweza endelea ile kazi ambayo mmeifanya, kwa sababu let's say the truth, pia bringing people together for a cause ni jambo ngumu sana, na wakati pia shughuli ishafanywa, hawa watu wangependa kupata habari kwamba je, tushapawa hii habari na tutaipata lini tena, maana si it's not like once ukiambia mtu jambo atasikia ama ataipokea. They need to hear it again and again and again. Now, this is where the politicians beat us. All this time they spend their time politicking, but again they come like almost 1.5 years to elections, and then mesmerize people with stall projects that they'll revamp. Like they take the shortest time to campaign, but really tell people, repeat on the same things they said they would do initially, and they allow down to it. They repeat and repeat and repeat until you think you forget that that's the very thing they campaigned with. So again, that means that when you're starting early, we need to repeat it again and again and again until they know the reason, until we know the reason why we can't make the same mistake. So support is there. Tuko Mombasa, and I'll definitely be joining the forums as well. We are doing our part with maybe the teams that we work with here. We're doing our part, although we're not sharing it loudly on Twitter, X, but we're doing really our part. So you guys are welcome to Mombasa. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Maureen. And now that we are in Mombasa, I think I should link up with you even before we come to Mombasa. And so are you in Vita, Jomvu, Changamwe, Likoni, Kisauni, ama kunaitwaje huko kwa nani, kwa Mohamed Ali Nyali?
Mimi niko Kisauni sub county.
Sawa. So we can link up. In fact, hapo Kisauni we can even see how we can engage with people in Kisauni hapo Kadongo grounds. I know that place kuna kuangana a good number of people and they can always listen. I've been there severally, and so itakuwa vizuri pia kama tunaweza jumuika na vijana pale Kadongo ground, tuwaongeleshe, tueleze yale yote ambayo wanafaa kujua. Sasa sisi tutaacha Kiingereza chetu huku Nairobi, tukifika pwani tutakuja na Kiswahili kwa sababu hicho ndio mnakimanya. So we'll be there. Asante, let us link up.
Thank you so much. Hata kizungu pia tuelewa, ndio maana nilikuwa nacharaza kizungu uelewe kwamba ukija huku unaweza tumia lugha zozote tu, ila egemea sana Kiswahili. Asante.
Shukran, tutafika. Asante. So DK, do you have any question to Maureen before she drops?
No, just to appreciate at least you have someone to talk to when you get there, someone who's willing. Tunaona tumesema at least tunataka tujue watu wako on ground ambao wanakubaliana na zile sentiments tuko nazo, so no question really, but Maureen, asante kwa kutuongelesha.
Karibu sana na you drop me kama ni posta kama ni nini, everything needed. Niko kwa ma groups kadhaa tu ambao we have the right people in them, the good people that can show up, and of course let's do this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we link up and then we'll share. So I can wait, Tongarin, I can see you are here. Kindly, so you just pick up the mic and come up here. But before ukuje, let us listen to Mwadori. Jambo. Mayadit, jambo.
Jambo, how are you?
No, I'm fine, bro.
Good evening. How are you, everyone? I think I love this space. My name is Patrick, but they call me Mayadit in Mombasa. I work in Mombasa. I have been into this space of civic education, civic engagement, and I work for a program with the people in Mashinani. We have just trained 684 community members across the 30 wards in Mombasa, and we are looking at how can we encourage all these individuals to really participate, to come out and to speak out whenever there are issues in Mombasa. And yeah, I've been listening in this space, and I think this is a good platform for everyone of us to participate. So I think the teams in Nairobi, I'm happy to hear Maureen here. If we can come together and strategize in terms of how then we can reach out to more people in our respective counties, I think this will be a very good platform. There is need for civic education. We have many people.
Mayadit, I think we lost you. Kindly try and come back. You are delivering a very good point. Please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, so sorry about that. Yeah, so what I was saying is we have many people who are interested in coming out to speak out and to raise issues which, of course, leaders needs to hear. So what I was trying to say is how then do we come together from the different counties? How do we come together to support each other and make sure that the people who are down there in the villages and also in the respective wards get to hear this information and be able to hold the leaders accountable. I can speak for Mombasa myself, but I come from Kilifi County, and anywhere you go, people have issues which they need to address and really relay these issues to the leaders so that the leaders then can tackle them. But by and large, I think they are all willing to speak out. So how can we work together to make sure that the people down there are also able to have their issues addressed? So we'll be very happy if you guys can come here. We can mobilize for people to come out katika Dongo and the other areas, but we can also be willing to support you guys even in Nairobi and also in the other counties to have many people
Maedit usipotee tafadhali. Nina maswali kadhaa nataka kuuliza. Please come back. Kiyote, naona mwenye Mungu fanya kazi.
Maombi hujibiwa.
We're looking for people who believe in what we're doing here, and you sell a dream right, you find resource. Resource is just in between.
DK, kuna mtu hapa ananiuliza, lakini Keotifi ameiask, watu wanashikwa wakifanya hizi vitu wewe unafanya na ushikwi kwa nini? So kuna mtu hapa ananiombea nishikwe honestly.
Mwambie ni neema ya Bwana. Mwambie ni neema ya Bwana.
This guy mwenye anabaya idea ya kusema Keoti ana work for government.
Ni neema ya Bwana. Ajua ni neema ya Bwana inatuwezesha, manake tutasema nini ingine? Watasema mambo huku, lakini neema ni ya Bwana tu. Naona Davis amekuja. Mayadit, if you can hear us, Mayadit, please request the mic once again. I wanted to ask you like 2 questions before I wait for you. Acha tuongee na Davis. Nilikuwa nimesinzia alafu nikaamka. Nimesikia Mayadit na kina Maureen nikaamka. Davis.
Yes, hi guys. I don't know niseme ni saa ngapi, but naona iko karibu kupita another day, and I would love to appreciate what you guys are doing. Mnafanya kazi safi sana. So if kama you guys will allow me, I have something that I wanted to share with you guys. It might take roughly around 5 minutes. So do you guys allow me to proceed with what I wanted to share with you for 5 minutes?
Yes, I think you can proceed, but your net is breaking up just a little bit, so check if there's anything you can do.
What about now? Can you hear me?
I think you're fine. Let's go
right
on. Let's
now.
see. Yeah, let's see how that is.
So sisi wote tumekuwa tukifanya civic education, and there's something else that I wanted us to add on top of what we know. Najua it's right on educating people on the constitution, their rights, the changes that we need, but I wanted to equip you with a very important weapon that we all need to know in these movements. So number one, let us dive directly into the importance of strategic organization in these political movements. So it's either you are engaging in local politics or looking at national levels. It's vital for you to understand how to build and support the movement from the grassroots going up. So
Davis, we must have lost you. Umekupotea bana. Eka dunga kwa simu, usipigiwe simu.
No, I've not received any call.
Okay.
Can you hear
Let's
me?
try that again. Your net just keeps breaking kidogo. But let's try that again and see.
Okay. Ikileta shida tena, I'll just switch to normal data. I'll just leave the Wi-Fi. So I was talking about the key pillars of support. Can you hear me? Somebody to confirm they can hear me?
Ndio, nasikika.
Yeah, okay. So
yes,
you see, when you are mobilizing politically, you need a strong foundation. And there are key pillars that will offer support and shape perspectives. For example, these pillars include our parents, academia, that is the schools, the campuses. We have the faith institutes, institutions. We also have the influencers, we have the civil society organizations, we have the media, we
Tongaren, why do we keep on losing you? Na uko Nairobi bana. I even thought uko huko kwa Chebukati. Can you come back strongly, kindly? We are losing you, honestly.
Wi-Fi to data. Sahi mnanipata vizuri?
Hebu jaribu data tuone ama data itakuwa sawa.
Am I clear?
Yeah, I can hear you right now. I'm sure
So,
the rest can hear you as well.
I wanted to teach you guys on growing a movement from the grassroots approach. So, if you want to grow a movement, you have to start local. You see, this means you need to engage with local leaders, like farmers. You need to engage people like Mama Mboga. You need to engage people like boda riders and teachers. These are people who know their communities best. If you capture farmers, they might be from a certain cooperative. Like the other day, we were in Meru. These guys know their community, and they are able to push your agenda to the rest of the people.
Davis, net yako nika inakataa inakataa utuambie vitu tunafanya huko chini. The strategies we are using to reach out to these people.
Okay, what I will
Davis,
do,
just
let me drop and then
yes.
I will pick up later.
Okay. Kindly. So we have this guy called Jungle Boy. Hey, I can see you here. Jungle Boy, kindly.
Hello, great people. I'm so glad to be in this space this evening. First of all, let me thank KOT Sonko for the ultimate sacrifice he has made with this country. In this in civic education, and since the movement started as early as from June. So mi yangu ni kuwapongeza for whatever, for each and every one of you kwa kila mnajitolea na your contribution, wenye wametoa pesa, wenye wamehusika kwa maandamano ya moja kwa moja, each and every one of you, the contribution you are giving in terms of views and opinion, it has put a great change to our movement. So also touching in civic education, which also includes finance and support from different perspectives. So mi ningependa kusema kwamba asante pia kwa wale wenye tumetoa pesa na support ya pesa, na wale wamekuwa wakifanya oral civic education kwa magari kama KOT amekuwa so active, we have been following him na so many others ambao watu siwataja. So kila mmoja wenu, each one of you have contributed. So pia ningesema pia kutoa maoni kwamba civic education as we do it and as we plan for it, also ni vizuri as we plan, it is the future of our nation. It should not be all about Ruto, the current regime, because Ruto will come and go, but this imetupa opportunity poa ya kuplan for our future, including the policies and everything that our people need to know. At least imetufungua macho na imetupa opportunity ya kuplan for our future na kumake sure kwamba our people are aware of what we should do to change our country to have a better services and the policies to help our country to be able to go forward. So mine pia ni kuchangia na kusema kuhusu about if we can do our tunaweza pata njia ya ku publish our civic education kama tuwe na stickers za kuweka kwa matatu hivi, yani natoa tu maoni tuwe zingine zikuwe kama Pronjoy hizi, we can share to people wenye hawataweza kukusanyika na so that sisi tusaidie kwa urahisi, also as we mobilize and contribute to support the same also tuwe na at least tukiwa na published materials zinatusaidia pia kwa kureach na ku make the message on the wall kila place. I think pia ni njia rahisi na ya a cheaper way to make the message to reach the concerned. As we do that, I think pia it's an effective way ya ku reach more. I think also for us na cause publication itakuwa ni rahisi pia kusita last for long. Pia there is a lot that is happening. Pia ningeomba kwamba kuna pia watu wanakaa wanapotoka from the movement. There is a lot of blame game. So my prayers ni kwamba to let us keep focused. There is a lot of distractions inaendelea, but let us keep focused na tufanye the little impact we can make. It will transform our nation and our cause. So we look forward to bring back our country to where it belongs through this course of civic education. So kwa sahii ndio hiyo nitasema. So nasisitisha kwamba materials nini to if we publish it will be one way of doing change tatuishe. So kile mtu at least akona something kuna point mtu anaweza soma on this is where hivi na hivi, at least unaelezea mtu akiwa na something anaweza read na itakuwa poa. So kwa saizi nitasema hiyo. I think we shall continue contributing whenever possible. Thank you so much for an opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you so much, Jungle Boy. And of course, I do agree with you. We need to have even these materials, printed materials, whereby we can do them as stickers. Na tukienda hata kufanya venye tunafanya in matatus, we can always leave them there, and it's good even to issue them out to those who are listening to us, because they can use that to go and educate others. So I do agree with you. I concur with you on that. And part of the team who are here, Akina DK, will put that into consideration. Asante. So DK, you can proceed. Niona ulikuwa umefungua mic.
Hata umesema tu venye ngo nimetaka kumshow, kuna hizo ni good ideas, ni both good ways to keep the conversation and the information spreading to more people. And you know, to a certain extent, certain of those materials also are certain different ways of creating identity amongst many of us who are conforming and agreeing to the same. Alafu pia kuweza kuongea language moja. My edit nimeona amerudi, naona tumepata some new speakers wamekuja. African, I can see your hand up. Before I come to you African, we had my edit and we lost him. My edit, are you there? Could you open your mic for a second? My edit, I just wanted to engage you in a question very
Yes,
quickly
please.
before I go to the rest of the guys. I know you had your submission, you're ongoing, and you were mentioning your interest and your unanisikia?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Nakumbuka ulikuwa unatajia interest yenyu na interest yako and those that you have in Mombasa to also be a part of this. So I wanted to clarify something. Number one, you said you have worked with about 600, 700 people in different communities in Mombasa?
Yes, what we have done is in every ward
Mm.
we have a committee of 19 people.
Mhm.
So 19 times 30, and then for every
Mm.
sub-county, we have 6 sub-counties. We have again committees of 19 people. So all combined, that gives you 684 people. So these are the people we want to use as champions to spearhead the civic education process that we are talking about here.
All right.
Yes.
And you've been able, and this group of people is well balanced out in terms of gender, so to speak, and age. You have a wide range of demographic, both with age
Yes.
and with gender.
Yes.
So let's start with age. Maybe what's the demographic you're playing around? Like how age to age, roughly? Even if you're not absolutely right, just an approximation. Oi, nimekupoteza. But this is good. 600 and something people is a very good start, not just for what you're doing now, KOT, but even in future days to come, because that lays down a foundation of where you can be able to spread down the message to even more and more. One person is equals to 2. 600 times 2. That's a whole more and more and more people that you'd reach. Maedit, uko hapo? Okay. Sorry about that, Maedit. We lost you again. Let me not keep.
Sorry.
Oh, you're back. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I was asking the age demographic. Can you tell me an approximation of your age demographic?
We have 80% of all these people ranging between 18 to 35, and then the rest are between 35 to 45, approaching 50 years thereabout.
What you've been able to do mostly at the moment is recruitment and putting these people together, or are there some few initiatives that you've been able to do maybe over the last few months, just in the sense of civic education or just social justice in the community?
We started with civic education on the budget estimates. Then we also participated in the annual development planning process the county had initiated. So we mobilized our people to attend. We have a network of groups, registered groups in Mombasa, ranging between 1,000 to 1,295. So from those groups, we now scaled it down and picked the representatives. So over the last 1 month, what we did was just to now form the committees in each and every ward and in every sub-county. So once we had identified the 19 people from each ward and 19 people from each sub-county, we now trained them. So we went around the 6 sub-counties, training all the 684 individuals. And the assignment we gave them was to now start doing some social audit. So like visit a few projects, audit them, and then we will meet them again, I think, early next month to hear the reports that will be coming from the social audit process. So that's how we want to start in a small way. But of course, we have also agreed that in the next 1 year, we need to embark on
Enemies of progress, working overtime. My edit, you're doing a beautiful job. I know everybody else can agree. You're doing a beautiful job.
Thank you.
Are you there? All right. So, Madit, here's what we're going to do because I don't want to keep the rest of the guys too long. Thank you very much for speaking to us. I just followed you back. KOT, nimekuambia Mungu halali. Within just the last 2-3 hours, we have made contact with at least 3 or 4 people in I think 3 or 4 different counties who have something that they're already doing on ground and are willing to come over and then we find ways to work together and expand our reach. So I'm going to reach out to you both for what it is that is being done during this Friday and also beyond this week, what else can also be done as we go by. Is that okay?
That's okay. That's okay.
Asante. Thank you very much. You have a good evening. Asante sana. And to you, Maureen, as well. Appreciated. Thank you for talking to us, both of you from Mombasa. I'll reach out to both of you and see what we can do. Now, Davis amerudi. African ako hapa. I have Jeffy and I have Viwanda. And I want to make sure that all of you have spoken. Davis, nataka uniruhusu niruke line kabisa niende kwa mam pale kwa na African, niongee na African very quickly and then I'll come back to you. African, how are you?
No problem. I can close.
Hi.
Thank you, Davis. Thank you very much. African, you well?
Yeah, and thank you so much, Davis, for your courtesy. Very, 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 very great space. Guy, I wish everyone was on this space because the one thing we are doing right now is number one, diversifying our initiatives so that they're just not happening in the central business district, but they're happening countrywide. And number two, we know we have people here who are doing great work. And so to hear that you're able to start networking with other people who are on the ground, because as you build momentum, you want to be able to execute at higher level, but you also want to have people who can help you at local or regional level. So I'm really happy to hear that. And then number three, let's think about how we want to measure success, right? It's one thing to go somewhere and say, yes, this is what we did civic education. But let's think about how we want to measure success. What does success look like? Does it look like, oh, we are going to hit 15 counties in the next 6 months and conduct civic education? Or does success look like right now, 10% of the population don't know what is going on? And we want to raise that bar from 10% to 60%. So as we continue having this dialogue, let's think about how we can really measure our success quantitatively, because this is how we are going to be able to show the next generation. Someone was talking about sustainability. This is something that they'll be able to pick up and say, here is the criteria that was used back in the day, and here's how we can continue. So great job, everyone. Mimi nimefurahia kusikia hizi vitu zote zinafanyika. Thank you.
Asante African. Thank you for always coming out clear with even with your support. I very much appreciate. I don't know if you were here earlier when I was mentioning, because I've engaged with you, African, also in other spaces as well. I've been very privileged to have now met KOT, who's been a guy who's doing it on the ground. And I've been looking for ways to be connected with someone who's steadfast on being on ground and doing something there and offering my support and my help from wherever I am directly. So I'm glad to hear your sentiments and encouragement, because this one that we're doing here is a first of a kind for, it may not be a first of a kind for many others, but it is a first of a kind for me, for KOT, for Jeffy, Maureen, and everyone else of us who's here doing this right now. So asante for your words and for what you're saying. For what you just said to us, much appreciated. Jeffy, acha nibonge naye before tuangalie ama Viwanda yuko hapa. Habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana DK. Good evening.
Good evening.
KOT, thank you for the space and thank you for holding it. You know, the fort down for us there on the ground. And I really appreciate what submissions have been made today. We're looking at a national integration whereby we don't just speak about a particular area, but we're talking about the whole collective as a nation. And for me, I think that's good work. And I can tell you, the government, as is currently constituted, they squirm when they hear that this civic education is just viral as to speak now. And I think maybe just to give a motivation or some incentive is I do not understand, for example, how well and best our voices can be heard, given the fact that public participation, I think, in this country is just taken as a a step or process of just formality. But really, the voices of the people don't really count when we talk about the NA and the Senate, as it is currently. You'd engage, maybe you can indulge me, but there's this senator from Kiambu. He's called Paul Karungo. There are some insights that he has shared today, and I was like, oh my God, where are these people? I mean, is there a necessity? Because of course, yeah, we can talk about the National Assembly and the Senate. Uh, as it is, we could drain the swamp. That's correct. But do we have some elements of people there with legal minds that are really clear and people centered? Do we have that need to? Do we see that need to kind of just integrate ourselves with some of these kind of people to tell us some things that we may not know in order to move forward and be effective in the change that we all need? So when we talk about like, for example, the extension of the presidential term limit, I'm looking at myself and I'm asking these questions. If anything, the government that should have heard or listened to the people, we said we don't want this government. So at what point do we have this extension of presidential term limits? And when we talk about presidential term limits, we're talking about all elected, positions. So I'm like, what is that need? Mbona inasukumwa hivyo sana sahi? It's because simple. The people said, we are tired. We don't have a representation in parliament. And therefore, I don't think, personally, we are not, if things are going to remain the way they are, hatutakuwa na elections at 2027. Because if we had those, it's going to be one of those historical moments where we send all these guys home. So that's why we have this need for urgency, a term limit extension. So we are doing a very good job. Tusione ni kama we have like maybe mishaps or nini. It's effective as it is. Thank you.
Asante pia Jeffy. Thank you also for talking to us. Viwanda, how are you?
Fine. Thank you so much. And may I start with the host, QT, Yukos, our listeners. Thank you so much for the opportunity. One, let me begin with where I'm catching you up from. I'm catching up from the county government of Elgeyo Marakwet. The trouble we're all facing. Hii ni shida ya kila mtu. That name is just a name. Straight to the point, civic education, mashinani. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, kuna pahali mimi nimefurahia. I've been listening to spaces, but this one, there's a lot of sobriety and sisemi kitu. One, we have an history. The history we have is mahali tumetoka na mahali tunaenda. Let's not be the Kenyans who come last minute. With this space, the kind of content which is being canvassed here is heavily with some content. There's a lady, sister who's just spoken. I wish with the content of mashinani tungejua how to reach these people. You know, our young men and women within the city or urban areas, they may be in a position because of publicity, wako na namna ya kuelewa vitu, but down here information saa zingine haifiki vizuri. I would really want to wish if there would be a format of the content coming down so that we send a message that resonates with the people straight from the mindsets up there, because we have a common problem. We are under deficit from morning to evening, and I don't want to expound on that. We have a real problem. But the thing is, how do we convince that young man and woman down there in terms of the content yenye tumesema, let's pass this message. You know, we have problems. We are being told we see from our constitution, everything has to be on fair competition and merit. If those on leadership are not there on the basis of fair competition and merit, those in government, call them, name them, they are not on the same basis because of this monster called corruption. Now, we're trying to build up into a better future that is good for all of us tomorrow. This tomorrow that we are all aspiring to see for our children can only be modified today by way of us calling a stop to what we are going through right now. I wish from where I sit, ladies and gentlemen, this group, based on my very sincere and deep heart way penye nimesikia tu penye our speakers wameongea, a script would come out kidogo tu, we build it from there, and then from there we move slowly by slowly. I think I'll catch up. KOT, I'm going to be very close to your space. That's mine. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Asante pia Viwanda. Thank you very much. And thank you for showing the support and the willingness to join us in that conversation. I know you may have joined us somewhere in between, but one of the things I've been able to take that you've spoken that have been echoed by several other speakers is the need for us to fashion the message to go down that tree all the way down to the coffee plant at home, the milk farm at home,
Correct.
the regular young man or young woman back at home, every one of them. And as much as we have the generalness of, we are speaking about integrity and accountability and everything, that is just what you'd call the generic conversation. But the conversation now has to be tailored to a very specific place of how does it relate to this person, how does it relate to that person. And just to show you we're on the same page, I want to bring Davis, who's going to be, I think, our last speaker for today. Before I share my last sentiments and give it to KOT to close, I want you to hear what Davis will speak about. And I know Davis will touch on this because he's seen the same. I think he was with KOT in Meru. So, Davis, you're there. I hope the data doesn't mess us up now.
Sante.
Thank you, everyone. Davis, are you there?
Yeah,
Davis was.
yeah,
There you go.
I'm actually here. I'm actually here. Yeah, just confirm that you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I can hear you. Actually, no breakage now. I think this will be much better.
Yeah, though I've realized I have a problem with my internet. that will be sorted out. So just to touch base, I was actually talking about the key pillars of support, that is either holding this government in place, the pillars that we as the people, we as future leaders, we as the people who are offering civic education on the ground, political education on the ground, need, so that we may achieve our goal. So I was touching based on the key pillars of support, and that is telling you when you're mobilizing people politically, you need a strong foundation. And this strong foundation, you need to start from the ground. That is where we are now, the grassroots, pale mashinani. So the pillars, examples of the pillars are our parents, academia, that is like the education institutions like the universities, the colleges. We have also faith institutes, that is like the churches, the Catholic mosques, anywhere people go to worship. And then we have the influencers. Influencers ni kama, we have TikTokers, we have people who are holding spaces here, we have the civil society organizations, we have the media like NTV, Citizen, we have the military, we have the elders, and we have people in businesses. We have tycoons. These are people, let us not just call them people, but pillars of support. If you want to do anything, you need to reach out to these people. And just another example is that when Ruto was actually campaigning back there in 2022, he went back to these people. Look at the strategies he was using. He went back to the church. He brought people together with narratives like Mama Boga, Hustler Nation, Border Riders, and he was able to win the trust of the people. So right now, for us to achieve, these are the people we are supposed to be engaging, because they are pillars of support on their own. If right now we talk to a certain pastor in a church, in a congregation, they're going to pass this message to the fellow members of the church, and it will be easier for us to achieve our agenda. If we talk to the student leaders, if we pass this civic education, this political education to student leaders, to those people who have influence back then in our communities, Pale Ushago, I know we have elders who talk, people listen, they have a following. If they say we vote a certain person, we are all going to vote for that person. So I know you know these people. And these are the people we are supposed to be engaging. From the ground level going upwards. So for you to grow a movement, don't go for the head. Don't go up there. You want to talk to people who are already in power up there. That is wrong, because you're going to mislead yourself. So I want to touch the key thing, the power of the people. You know, in different constituencies, things move differently based on the unique needs. So it's essential for us to understand that diversity when mobilizing is important. You see, if right now we move from here and we go to Mount Kenya, we will find those people are farmers. When we move from there, we go to maybe, we go to coasts, we find those people are doing something different from what the people of Mount Kenya are doing. If we go to Western, we find those people are doing
Losing you,
something
then you
different
come
from what
back. So just
people in
talk on the
Meru are doing. Oh, you can hear me. So I was saying, when we go to different constituencies, let us look what is uniting people here.
What do these people do in this specific location? Let us associate closely with these people, with the challenges they are facing in their region. Tukipata watu ni wakulima, go straight to the point, engage them on the problems they're experiencing as farmers. Ni shida ya maji, is it the water bill? Is it the agriculture bill? Let us get to the basis. If we go to Kisumu, those poor fishermen, let us go directly to the problems they're experiencing as fishermen. And that is how you will be able to connect with people emotionally, because they'll see you are caring about them and you have a purpose that you're trying to show them the way. Let them know what is happening right now on the national level. Let them know that a certain leader has introduced a punitive bill in parliament to extend the term limit. Let them know what is happening. We have realized that most people on the ground are very, very, very much misinformed. They lack this information that we have. We are very lucky we have these spaces. We have platforms that we're getting so much info. We have WhatsApp groups that people are sharing info. We are so much informed. Let us not keep this information to ourselves, because for long, the people in power, they have been able to control the masses. They have been able to put us in this state of poverty, which is always called planned poverty, because of lack of information. And since we have the information with us, don't sleep with it. Tell somebody to tell somebody. Make sure whatever knowledge you have, it benefits another person. It might not reach a bigger audience, but just know it will get somewhere. And with the time, we are going to achieve what we are doing. You know, I hear people talking about the Gen Zs and how they were able to achieve a lot of things. And I always say, yeah, it is. That is because they put their ethnic groups aside. They put their differences aside, and they were united towards a common goal, having a better country. And the only reason we did not achieve what we wanted, it is because we were not organized. Yes, we were mobilized, we marched forward, we did a lot of things, but we were not organized. So if for us to achieve anything, we need to be organized. And that is why it is very important to do civic education to the ground level. Let those people know what they are fighting for. Let those people know what they are supposed to reject. Let those people know that it is their right to vote. Let those people know down there that they should not elect leaders because of the education that they have. They should elect leaders of integrity who are there to serve them and bring development. I always talk about Article 1 of the Constitution, which says all sovereign power belongs to the people. And there's something that we were taught. It is either you follow or you fall. And this goes to all the leaders who are in power. We as the citizens, we have the power. We are their support pillars. If they don't listen to what we say, if they don't do what we want, they should fall. I hope you are getting me right. If we have a leader who is not listening to the people, he or she should fall down. I know you guys all have seen, we have people who have been on the forefront fighting for our rights, making sure that the bills that are being brought in parliament are not here to kill us. We have those people. I won't go directly to mention names, but you all know them. And they cannot achieve on their own, because for them, they are fighting for us in parliament. And we need to fight for ourselves outside here. Tumekuwa na public participation. We've attended. Mabonga was there. I was there. Other people were there. We were denied the mic. We were told that names were given. It is our right to speak, to air our views during those events, because the Constitution of Kenya states very well, these powers shall be exercised directly or indirectly. And directly is by us participating in the public participation. So if we are denied the mic, then those people are doing things against the Constitution. So you guys here are soldiers. I have given you this information. Use it wisely. Take this information, pass it to whoever you can pass it to. I know right now we might be here, we are 20, we are 30 people, we are 50, we are 100 people. If you guys get that information out from here, it is going to reach thousands of people. And that is how we are going to win. We we and the rest of the people who have been doing this civic education, we can't do countrywide. We can't reach everywhere. But if we are united against a certain goal, we are going to achieve. Let us not be distracted. Najua kutakuwa na a lot of distraction on the way, but let us not be distracted. Let us be united. Remember the common enemy here. Don't forget, we only have one common enemy. We only have one agenda: making Kenya a better place for all. Tunapigana sahi vita both right, left and center. Is it the new funding model ya shule? Is it the agriculture bill? Is it the water bill? Is it Adani? It is everywhere. It is total chaos. But we need to stay united towards the certain goal. Thank you guys for the support that you're giving us. And thank you for those who appreciate the cause. Tuendelee na hiyo moyo, tuendelee na hiyo spirit. Let us keep the energy that we have, and we are going to achieve. I know we will achieve. Tukiwa na kiongozi pahali ambaye anataka kusimama na tunajua this is somebody who is going to help the community. This is somebody who is going to help the people. Let us support them. Tusiwaache waangaike, tuchague wale viongozi watatuletea pesa watuhonge, bad leaders. Because that is what the political class is going to do come 2027. They're going to come with money. Because that is the system that has been there. But right now, we want to create our own system. We want to be independent. We want to fund the leaders that we are going to elect into power so that they be accountable to us. Kama kuna mtu pale kwenu anataka kuwa MCA, kuna mtu anataka kuwa MP, kuna mtu anataka kuwa governor, kuna mtu anataka kuwa senator, kuna mtu anataka kuwa president, kuna mtu anataka kuwa any public seat, let us support them. Let us uplift them. Because this is the time to make a difference. We cannot continue living this life of poverty. Every year we are adding loans. Every year we are losing a lot of money to corruption. We are now under state capture. The parliament is no longer independent. The judiciary is no longer independent. Everything has been captured. Whatever the president wants, he's not worthy to be called the president. The butcher of Sugoi wants. He gets it. Because parliament has been captured. Let us select leaders on the basis that they are going to do development for us, that they are going to help this country transform to a better place. That is all I have for today. May God bless you all.
Asante Davis for summarizing. You've done very well to come in as a last speaker. You've not only summarized what we were hoping to achieve throughout this conversation today, but you've also captured the sentiments of literally 90% of the people that have spoken today from different angles, whether it comes to diversifying on the people that we want to reach to, how to package the information for the different sections and sectors of people across the country, and just how to be able to take this broader and in a wider space, because creating a movement it needs to start from kule chini. I even feel embarrassed to use this term, but literally it is a bottom going up kind of a situation. It's just very annoying to have to use that term. But anyway, that's exactly what it is. It has to start from there, going up, because it's a conversation that grows from within, right? So thank you for coming up with that. Guys, I don't think I'm going to accept any more new speakers because I'd like us to close anytime now. Maureen, I'll give you 1 minute. Maureen, I saw your hand go up. I'll give you 1 minute, just 1 minute to say something. And then I'll come back to close and give it to KOT as well.
Thank you, DK. 1 minute is small. So I just remember that in the spirit of resource mobilization, be open enough to even accept if someone is giving something that is not money. You might go somewhere and someone says, I don't have money, but I have PA. We have probably people who are doing PA and can send the message. We have so many things. So map out what you want and accept if someone gives it in kind, because we're also facing a tough time with the donor world. For example, the kind of donations, if you look well, that the international aid bring to Kenya to even support the campaign system is literally designed to fail, because they normally wanaleta hizo pesa kuchelewa, so hata they make sure that the civic education is not done enough. And kama Kenya na IBC inangoja hizo pesa ifanye civic education, when they come like 2 days to election, it means that the system is failing because people are waiting for their money to conduct those meetings. Therefore, it is time, and this is a very timely, organized, say, civic education movement that is not waiting for any donor, but tunaifanya wenyewe kwa wenyewe. So let us even dig in deep into the barter kind of trade system for us, and let us show the donor that we don't need them. We are our own donors in every voice that we can give. Thank you.
Absolutely. Whatever kind of support we need here, you may be someone who you're out there, you're not in a position to support financially, but like Maureen said, you have a PA system, you're in Mombasa, you have heard we are going to be at Jomvu, we're also going to be in Nyali, we're also going to be in Vita, and you want to support. Reach out to KOT, tell him, Baba, may I have a PA for you? Tell me when you're arriving, tell me when to come hook it up, tell me when you're here, come listen to it. If you like it, go ahead and use it. You may be in Nakuru, you've heard we have intentions to go to that side, and you have a way you can be able to support. Come and support. If you hear tomorrow we come and say we want to create certain kind of communications, and you're in a position to be able to help us with coming up with messaging. It's one thing for me to be a very good designer. It's a whole different thing for me to come up with different kind of captions and messaging and copy that can reach to people and give them the message that we want. And you're good at wordplay, words that can clearly articulate what we want to say, and I can be able to create them into designs. Come, talk to me, tell me, hey baba, mi najua kucheza na maneno, sikia hii na hii, hii na hii, let's use this ones, let's use this ones, and then we are able to create something. So there's so many different things we can do. And it leads me to part of what I'm going to submit as my last thing is that you've had for if you've been hearing listening to us for the longest that we've been here, or if you've joined us in between, you may have had um, QT speak about his plans, which I've just mentioned. He's going to be down in Mombasa. He's been able to achieve 3 locations down in Mombasa and in Taita. He's working on seeing how he can find another location. God has been great. I'm going to also say that because he's also managed to have some support, or rather, we've been able to get some support from some of our listeners here to be able to book the town hall venues, specifically in Mombasa. So I know there's Nyali, I know there's Jomvu, I know there's Mvita, and we're going to share the very specific information. We're definitely going to share it over the next few days. If you have any way that you'd like to support, one of the things that we always look out to ask people to support with is water for persons that come onto these town hall meetings, as we continue with our meetings every other time. So kama unaweza nunua chupa ya maji for anyone, we encourage your support and we appreciate it as much. At the moment right now, though, we're not very much a fan of it. We're using a phone number that is on the space title at the top. You'll find the number there, and it's registered as Marvin Mabonga. We'll be using that at least for today, maybe at the most tomorrow. But we just spoke with KOT, and I know we are working on putting up a very legit and clear account, whether it's going to be Mchanga, Paybill, or whichever. We are working on one, and we'll have one ready in about maybe 48 to 72 hours, give or take, so that we can have somewhere where if you come and you ask us what and how we're doing. In fact, it's not even about you asking us. I believe accountability is not even about when people ask you. Accountability is you offering it right there and then. Let the information be there. Whenever you have a question, whenever you want to ask yourself, and how are these guys doing this? There's a place for you. You don't even need to come and ask us. There's a place for you to go and be able to see and check. And we'll come up with a system on how we're able to do that. And lastly, if and this is because of what I just said right now with regards to financial support that we may get in different ways, I'd like to echo this. We don't know everything. Me and KOT, we don't know everything. We're not experts of everything. And we cannot shy away from getting help from people. So if you're out there and you feel that you're in a position in your way or the other to come on board and help us in your own capacity, especially in keeping the accountability of that funding, of that fund, or that fund drive that will be going on, ensuring that we are coming back from a financial management perspective, coming back to every person who's giving their help and support. Kindly reach out to KOT, reach out to me if you're willing and if you think you're in a position to do it, because we want to do it wholesomely. I want it to be right here, transparent to everybody. That si mimi ama KOT tu tulienda tu tukadecide mtu fulani. It is because somebody somewhere said, I am willing to help in this. I'm good at money management. I'm good at financial management. I'm good at bookkeeping. I can be able to do this. I can be able to do this. I'd like to pick this up. So if you know you're listening to us and you'd like to support us in that way, or not even support us, support this movement, you, me, and everybody else who's looking forward to its success, then reach out to us, tell us what you can. We will appreciate it. Mi nitaiachia hapo. Thank you very much for everybody who's listened to us. You guys have a lovely night. Thank you for those who've come onto the speaker panel. For those who've not been able to talk to, samahani sana, but we do look forward to be able to talk in tomorrow. I know QT will be with us tomorrow here. We can open for a few hours ahead of Friday and just preparing ourselves. So thank you very much for listening. Have a lovely night. Please be safe. Remember, at least every day, admit 20-30 minutes of your day in one way or the other to do a civic duty of your own kind. Whether it is to say something on your Twitter space, whether it is on your WhatsApp story, whether it is when you walk into your office or your place of work in the morning, whether it is when you na sisemi uende ufutwe kazi, tafadhali ati uingie kwa umewika Ruto Must Go, tafadhali please. Wisdom is profitable to direct. Whether it is with a friend while you're having a cup of tea, whether it is as you pass by kununua nyama at your favorite butchery as you head back home and you find a moment hapo and you inject for a second with your butcher, whether it is at your milk ATM place, please, every day find 10, 15, 20 minutes to do what you can to not just say Ruto must go. Say something concrete about why this regime must go. Ulizo jamaa, hey bro, na mnalipa tax inakaa aje kwa hii kitu? Si unakula pesa ya tax mzo. Let it be something concrete so that we can be a solid conversation. Have a lovely night. My name is DK Gift. Kiyotu, kwako wewe.
Yes. Okay. So thank you so much, Gift, and all the speakers and listeners who have been here the entire night and then entire day, depending on the time zone that you are tuning in on our space. And so personally, I've heard from you guys advices and ideas, and personally I do agree with each and every one of you. And so we'll take in the advices and the ideas, but remember, we also want you to come on board so that we can work together, so that we can move together. And honestly, whatever we are going to come up with is 100% unpolitical, because we don't want to bring in those political interests at this time. We want to focus mainly on civic education, because we know how, like, what this civic education, especially in mashinani, the role that it plays. And so let us put our hands together, our mind, our hearts, and move to the right direction and achieve what we really wanted to achieve even before we thought of civic education. So guys, personally, I want to thank you. But DK, you just reminded me something nilikuwa nimesahau, that we really need a public address system mahali tutakuwa. We don't want to buy, we just want to hire. So you guys, I honestly, mimi, I can't afford that. But from you guys, the Good Samaritan and those who are supporting this initiative, I know when we come together, we can do that. And so I'll honestly request from you that you spare that single coin you have through that number. That's my official number. Yeah. Yes. And then when we get that public address system, we'll still come back here to let you know how much we received and how much we hired that mini public address system. And so if you are willing to do that, kindly do that. But even if you are in Mombasa and you have such a public address system, and you can give it to us for some few hours, because we are in Mombasa on Thursday and Friday. In those 3 town halls, will be there for a maximum of 3 hours each. So if you have a public address system in your home in Mombasa, kindly just reach out to me. But because we are not sure, if you also know where we can hire one, just let me know, and we'll really appreciate. And I can't end this space without thanking this lady called Lady Nora CFA. And this lady, she's among the few guys wenye tulianza nao civic education in August. Yeah, CFA Nora, I can see she's here. Yeye na kuna jamaa anajitanga Maumau, the grandson of Maumau. We traveled all the way from Nairobi to Mombasa through SGR and offering civic education. Now, I remember on this platform, I requested that you guys help us print the posters. Huyu jamaa akapa anaitwa DK. I even thought he's kind of person on a trick. He offered to print 200 posters na akaniambia niziendee town. Mimi sikuenda honestly. Nilikaa mahali nikasema ziletwe, and so I was surveying that environment to ensure that my safety iko sawa. Na hizo posters zilifika. We did 1,000 posters. We dished out like 800. Hizo zenye zilibaki 200 na kuanga nazo hapo kwa nyumba tu. And because tomorrow we'll be headed to Mombasa, I'll ensure nimetoka nazo, and when I talk to people nitakuwa nawapatia wajue ni mbona tulikuwa tunaandamana in August, because hii ilikuwa inaongelelea why we were on the streets during that time. But now for civic education matters, we are more advanced. We are not talking much of protest and whatever, but we are talking of the actual issues that we are facing. And so when people are educated, when they are enlightened, when they get this knowledge, hatutawaita wakuje streets, wenyewe tu watatoka pole pole, and they'll come to the streets to protest against those injustices. And so mimi nawashukuru sana, sina mengi. When you are willing to support, kindly just reach out to me. You can always use that phone number there, but that one is for a short term. We're working on how we are going to come up with maybe an mchanga or a pay bill that will enable us to do more of accountability, just like DK said, because we don't want to bring in other issues za hey, KOT sijui unaweka namba yako tukutumie pesa, how are you using this money, and even trying to force nionyeshe hadi M-Pesa message. So by having accounts zenye any person can come and audit that account, it becomes more easy and convenient for us as a movement. And so for now, because we don't have that, kindly bear with me and the team and use that phone number iko hapo juu. And honestly, you'll be blessed for uplifting us. So mi nishamaliza, unless if there is anything, but I don't think. Let me just go through your comments alafu tumalize. There is this guy called Mugambi Ibere. He says the content of Mashinani should be the new swag in town. Massive get back to our respective cradle of birth. Then Justice Juma says line of progress is never straight. For a period, a movement may be straight line and then it encounters obstacles and the path bends. Often it feels as though you are moving backwards but in fact you are moving ahead, and soon we'll see the city again closer by. And then there is this Serem Kipkemboi saying another strike loading lecturers, no class tomorrow. Actually, I've seen a circular that tomorrow lecturers will be on the strike because their agreement with the government was not met when you look on a strike recently. This someone says that's great, Mabonga, and let's be touchable also. Then the Kale Chick anasema from Kenyatta to Ruto warudishe kila kitu. Watarudisha kama tutataka warudishe, if we are going to remain united and come out to protest against this Then kuna Skokoyo anasema civic education is a continuous process and each generation has different priorities depending with their political, social and economical environment. When civic education is elite driven, it bends to disconnect with the real needs of the masses. Okay, so guys, thank you so much. I think we can call it a day or a night. Inategemea tu uko wapi. Bye bye, and those in Mombasa, kina Maureen, see you soon. Bye.